I have no intention of explaining how the chronicles which I now offer to the public fell into my hands. There are two equal and opposite errors into which our race can fall about the devils. One is to disbelieve in their existence. The other is to believe and to feel an excessive and unhealthy interest in them. Listeners are advised to remember that the devil is a liar. Not everything that Screwtape says should be assumed to be true, even from his own angle. I have made no attempt to identify any of the human beings seen here, but I think it very unlikely that the portraits, say, of Father Spike or the patient's mother are wholly just. There is wishful thinking in hell as well as on earth. In conclusion, I ought to add that no effort has been made to clear up the chronology of these events. In general, the diabolical method of dating seems to bear no relation to terrestrial time, and I have not attempted to reproduce it. The history of the European war, except insofar as it happens now and then to impinge upon the spiritual condition of one human being, was obviously of no interest to Screwtape. C.S. Lewis, Magdalen College, 5th of July, 1941.
As the stepson of C.S. Lewis, or Jack as we called him, I was fascinated by the way his mind worked, the many ways in which he could take a mundane event and turn it into something memorable. The Screwtape Letters is a good example. On a Sunday, in the summer of 1940, Jack attended a midday service at his parish church. He later reported in a letter to his brother Warnie that the Reverend preached, but not very well. It's easy to imagine Jack's mind wandering during the sermon, and before the service had ended, he'd been struck by an idea for what he described as a book which I think might be both useful and entertaining. It would be called As One Devil to Another, and would consist of letters from an elderly retired devil to a young devil who has just started work on his first patient. The idea, he wrote to Warnie, would be to give all the psychology of temptation from the other point of view. He began work on the letters immediately, ultimately creating 31 of them, which were published in a national church newspaper. The first of the Screwtape Letters appeared on the 2nd of May 1941, with 30 more following each week thereafter. They were a huge success, and so it followed that Jack's publisher wanted to release the full collection, and so they did, on the 9th of February 1942. The first edition of 2,000 copies sold out even before the book was released. It would be reprinted 8 more times before the end of that year and lead to Lewis being put on the cover of Time magazine. Since then, millions of copies of the book have been sold, and its influence has been felt by people of all beliefs and religions throughout the world. Yet, it all began because for Jack, a boring sermon was not wasted time, but an opportunity for his imagination to shoot off in different directions, always exploring the Christian life and ways to make that life spiritually richer. So, without further introduction, let's begin Focus on the Family Radio Theatre's dramatization of C.S. Lewis's The Screwtape Letters.
Dear Wormwood.
Uncle Screwtape, it was kind of you to come.
Kind? Don't be absurd.
Not kind.
If, by my advice, you succeed with your patient, then I'll have benefited our father's work and avoided his usual punishment and tortures. If you fail, then I will relish in applying those punishments and tortures to you. Where's your patient?
Inside.
The pub. Isn't that a rather boring and conventional attack?
Come and see.
I'm sorry, chaps, but I don't know how far science can go before it turns back on itself, reversing the goodness it purports to create.
Well, what do you mean, Hamilton? How far is too far? I saw in the newspapers this morning that a group of scientists, in Vienna, I think, have invented a means to splice the glands of young apes into old men, which renews their generative powers.
Truly? Why, that's remarkable, Richard.
I would say so. Imagine the impact that it would have. Why, the apes
There, you see? This is not about drink or carousing.
And your patient is?
The one on the right, called John Hamilton.
Is it so remarkable, Norman? It sounds unnatural to me.
Unnatural?
Now, explain yourself, Hamilton. How can it be unnatural if a group of men who are as natural as nature itself accomplish it?
Oh, I suppose we have to define what we mean by natural.
Well, let's not get bogged down in semantics.
Just think of the significance of it. It could be the next adaptation in the evolutionary chain. Embrace it, Hamilton. You'll be an old man yourself one day.
I would rather be an old man than a young monkey.
You see, I've been guiding his reading and taking care that he spends a good deal of time with his materialist friends.
I suppose that strategy has its merits, but are you not being a trifle naive?
Naive, Uncle.
Well, it seems as if you suppose that argument is the best way to keep him out of the enemy's clutches.
Well, isn't it?
Oh, I suppose it might have worked if he'd lived a few centuries ago. At that time, humans still knew pretty well when a thing was proved and when it was not. And if it was proved, they really believed it. Yes, they still connected thinking with doing and were prepared to alter their way of life as a result of a chain of reasoning.
Yes.
But what with the weekly press and other such weapons, we have largely altered that. Your man has been accustomed ever since he was a boy to a dozen incompatible philosophies dancing about together inside his head. Yes, he doesn't think of doctrines as primarily true or false, but as academic or practical or outworn or contemporary or conventional or ruthless. Jargon, my boy. Not argument is your best ally in keeping him from the church.
I see.
Don't waste time trying to make him think that materialism is true. Make him think that it is strong or stark or courageous. That's the sort of thing he cares about.
Oh, right.
The trouble with argument is that it moves the whole struggle onto the enemy's own ground. He can argue too, whereas in really practical propaganda of the kind I am suggesting, he has been shown for centuries to be greatly the inferior of our Father below. By the very act of arguing, you awake the patient's faculty of reason. And once it is awake, who can foresee the result? Even if a particular train of thought can be twisted so as to end in our favor, you will find that you have been strengthening in your patient the fatal habit of attending to universal issues and withdrawing his attention from the stream of immediate sense experiences. Your business is to fix his attention on the stream. Teach him to call it real life.
Right, but what do we mean by real?
That is the whole point!
Sorry.
You mustn't let him ask that question! Remember, he is not, like you, a pure spirit. Never having been a human, that abominable advantage of the enemies, you don't realize how enslaved they are to the pressure of the ordinary.
I don't understand.
Of course you don't. Let me show you an incident from the past.
What is this place?
Have you never taken your patient to the British Museum?
No.
Ah, you should. It can be an invaluable tool if handled properly. Hours lost in reading, in viewing great displays of mankind without thinking for a moment about man, meaning the actual human being standing only a few feet away. But you'll see, with my patient reading on that bench, how it almost went pear-shaped for me. 20 years of work, very nearly lost, all because of one idle thought while visiting this museum.
What idle thought?
Listen.
All these displays and artifacts, all these remnants of history. Is this all we have to show for our lives?
Ooh, uh-oh.
Yes, and this from a sound atheist. The enemy, of course, was at his elbow in a moment, ready to nurture that thought, to lead the patient to considering disgusting ideas like the mortality of man and the possibility of eternity. If I had lost my head and begun to attempt a defense by argument, I should have been undone, but I was not such a fool. I struck instantly at the part of the man which I had best under my control and suggested it was just about time he had some lunch.
A bacon sandwich.
The enemy presumably made the counter-suggestion. You know how one can never quite overhear what he says to them. That line of thought, is this all we have to show for our lives? At least I think that must have been his line, for I said to the patient, quite. In fact, much too important to tackle at the end of a morning.
True.
Much better to come back after lunch and go into it with a fresh mind.
Of course. Right. There's a lovely cafe just around the corner.
Once he was in the streets, the battle was won. I showed him a newsboy shouting the midday paper and a number 73 bus going past, and before he reached the bottom of the steps, I had got into him an unalterable conviction that whatever odd ideas might come into a man's head when he was shut up in a museum with his readings, a healthy dose of real life...
Meaning the bus and the newsboy?
Precisely, was enough to show him how all that sort of thing just couldn't be true. He knew he'd had a narrow escape, and in later years he was fond of talking about it. He is now safe in our Father's house.
Excellent.
Oh, you begin to see the point. Thanks to processes which we set at work in them centuries ago, they find it all but impossible to believe in the unfamiliar while the familiar is before their eyes.
I see.
Keep pressing home on your patient the ordinariness of things. Don't let him get away from that invaluable real life.
Right. I could guide him towards science. It's grounded in real life and a solid defense against Christianity these days.
You really are a stupid creature. To encourage him to think about science will invite him to think about realities he can't touch and see. There have been sad cases among the modern physicists. If he must dabble in science, then keep him on economics or sociology. But the best of all is to let him read no science at all and give him a grand general idea that he knows it all and that everything he happens to have picked up in casual talk and reading is the result of modern investigation. Do remember, you are there to fuddle him.
Yes.
From the way some of you young fiends talk, anyone would suppose it was our job to teach.
Yes, Uncle.
Yes, Uncle, yes. Well, get on with it. Wormwood!
Uncle!
What are you doing?
Well, I'm sitting here.
Where is your patient?
Inside.
Inside where?
That church.
Exactly. Your patient has become a Christian.
He has.
Yes, do not indulge the hope that you will escape the usual penalties. Indeed, in your better moments, I trust you would hardly even wish to do so.
Yes, Uncle. I mean, no. That is... Oh, dear.
In the meantime, we must make the best of the situation. Hundreds of these adult converts have been reclaimed after a brief sojourn in the enemy's camp and are now back with us.
Truly?
You are an imbecile.
Sorry.
All the habits of the patient, both mental and bodily, are still in our favor. One of our great allies at present is the church itself.
Oh?
Do not misunderstand me. I do not mean the church as we see her, spread out through all time and space, rooted in eternity, terrible as an army with banners. That, I confess, is a spectacle which makes our boldest tempters uneasy, but fortunately it is quite invisible to these humans. All your patient sees is the half-finished sham Gothic building, and when he goes inside, he sees the local grocer with a rather oily expression on his face, bustling up to offer him one shiny little prayer book containing a liturgy which neither of them understands, and one shabby little hymn book containing a number of religious lyrics, mostly bad and in very small print. And when he gets to his pew and looks around him, he sees just that selection of his neighbors who, until now, he has avoided. You want to lean pretty heavily on those neighbors. Right. Make his mind flit to and fro between an expression like the body of Christ and the actual faces in the next pew. It matters very little, of course, what kind of people that next pew really contains. You may know one of them to be a great warrior on the enemy's side. No matter. Your patient, thanks to our Father below, is a fool. Provided that any of those neighbors sings out of tune or have boots that squeak or double chins or odd clothes, the patient will quite easily believe that their religion must therefore be somehow ridiculous.
Ridiculous?
Yes. At his present stage, you see, he has an idea of Christians in his mind, which he supposes to be spiritual, but which in fact is largely pictorial and completely fabricated based upon a false image. Never let him ask what he expected them to look like, or if that expectation was unrealistic. Keep everything hazy in his mind now, and you will have all eternity wherein to amuse yourself by producing in him the peculiar kind of clarity which hell affords.
Right, so I shouldn't stop him from going to church?
No. You must work hard on the disappointment or anticlimax, which is certainly coming to the patient during his first few weeks as a churchgoer. The enemy allows this disappointment to occur on the threshold of every human endeavor. It occurs when lovers have got married and begin the real task of learning to live together. In every department of life, it marks the transition from dreaming aspiration to laborious doing. The enemy takes this risk because he has a curious fantasy of making all these disgusting little human vermin into what he calls his free lovers and servants. Sons is the word that he uses, with his inveterate love of degrading the whole spiritual world by unnatural liaisons with the two-legged animals.
Bonkers, isn't it?
Desiring their freedom, he therefore refuses to carry them by their mere affections and habits to any of the goals which he sets before them. He leaves them to do it on their own. And there lies our opportunity.
Well, perfect.
Not perfect, fool. Danger lies there as well. If they get through the initial dryness successfully, they may become much less dependent on emotion and therefore harder to tempt. Of course, we must contact Grunt Throttle, Bile Squat, and Foul Belch.
Why?
Well, I have been operating on the assumption that the people in the next pew afford no rational ground for disappointment. Of course, if they do, if the patient knows that the woman with the absurd hat cheats at bridge, or the man with the squeaky boots is a miser and an extortioner, then your task is so much the easier.
Excellent. Sorry, how is it easier?
Well, then all you have to do is to keep out of your patient's mind the question, if I, being what I am, can consider that I am in some sense a Christian, why should the different vices of those people in the next pew prove that their religion is hypocrisy?
Hypocrisy? Sorry, isn't that an obvious thought for him to have? How would I stop it from occurring to him?
Handle him properly, and it simply won't come into his head.
Right.
He has not been anything like long enough with the enemy to have any real humility yet. What he says, even on his knees, about his own sinfulness is all parrot talk. At bottom, he still believes he has run up a very favorable credit balance in the enemy's ledger by allowing himself to be converted, and he thinks that he is showing great humility and condescension in going to church with these smug, commonplace neighbors at all. Keep him in that state of mind as long as you can.
I will do my best, Uncle.
You'd better had, Wormwood.
Everything looks tasty, if I may say so.
I do hope the meat isn't dry, John. You know I don't like it overcooked.
I know, Mum, don't worry.
If I'd known you'd be so late coming home from church...
Well, I can't always know how long Reverend Blanchette is going to preach, can I? It's not as if I can stand up and shout, "Pardon me, Reverend, but could you cut it short? My mother's waiting for me at home and the roast is burning in the oven."
Oh.
Please pass the gravy.
I only meant that we've been eating later and later on Sundays, and the meat has been drier and drier since you've been in this church phase.
Phase? Please, Mum, let's not be condescending about it.
Well, I don't know what else to call it.
Then don't call it anything. Do you like some Yorkshire pudding?
If it's not too much trouble.
It's not too much trouble.
Yes.
I thought you'd be pleased.
I am. But you must press home your advantage.
My advantage?
The enemy will be working on the patient from the center outwards, gradually bringing more and more of his conduct under the new standard of his Christianity. It may reach his behavior to the old lady at any moment.
Look, Mum, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap.
It's all right, dear.
You see, you want to get in first. Where is Glubose?
She's hiding the carcass of a dead mouse behind the wall. She heard you were coming. Well, you do sort of make her nervous.
Rightfully so. She was never the best of students. In any event, keep in close touch with her, since she is in charge of the mother. Build up between your patient and the mother a good settled habit of mutual annoyance. Daily pinpricks?
Pinpricks?
Yes, there are several useful methods to employ. Make note.
Right. Yes, okay, ready?
First, you must keep his mind on the inner life. He thinks his conversion is something inside him, and his attention is therefore chiefly turned at present to the states of his own mind. Encourage this. Keep his mind off the basic humdrum everyday duties of life by misdirecting it to what he imagines are the most advanced and spiritual ones. For example, you must bring him to a condition where he can practice self-examination for an hour without discovering any of those facts about himself which are perfectly clear to anyone who has ever spent any time with him.
Self-examination. Right, got it?
Good. Second, it is no doubt impossible to prevent his praying for his mother, but we have means of rendering the prayers innocuous. Make sure that they are always very spiritual. That he is always concerned with the state of her soul and never with her rheumatism. Two advantages will follow. In the first place, his attention will be kept on what he regards as her sins, by which, with a little guidance from you, he can be induced to mean any of her actions which are inconvenient or irritating to himself. Thus, you can keep rubbing the wounds of the day a little sorer, even while he is on his knees. The operation is not at all difficult.
Yeah, and I do find it rather entertaining.
It is, believe me. In the second place, since his ideas about her soul will be very crude and often erroneous, he will, in some degree, be praying for an imaginary person. It will be your task to make that imaginary person daily less and less like the real mother, the sharp-tongued old lady at the table. In time, you may get the rift so wide that no thought or feeling from his prayers for the imagined mother will ever flow over into his treatment of the real one.
Brilliant.
I know. Now, when two humans have lived together for many years, it usually happens that each has tones of voice and expressions of face which are most unendurably irritating to the other. Work on that. Bring fully into the consciousness of your patient that particular lift of the old mother's eyebrows which he learned to dislike as a child, and let him think, how much he dislikes it. Let him assume that she also knows how annoying it is, and does it to annoy her.
I know the kind of thing. Yeah, leave it to me.
And of course, never let him suspect that he has tones and looks which similarly annoy her, as he cannot see or hear himself. This is very easily managed.
Very easily managed.
Third, In civilized life, domestic hatred usually expresses itself by saying things which would appear quite harmless on paper. The words, in and of themselves, are not offensive, but... Take those words, the same words, and apply a particular tone of voice at a particular moment, and they are not far short of a blow in the face, delivered with the utmost innocence. Your patient then is able to take offense at something his mother says, while she does the same on the other end. It is a remarkable double standard which you and Glubose must maintain.
Maintained in what way?
Well, your patient must demand that all his own utterances are to be taken at their face value and judged simply on the actual words, while at the same time judging all his mother's utterances with the fullest and most oversensitive interpretation of that tone and the context and the suspected intention.
Right.
She must be encouraged to do the same to him. Hence, from every quarrel, they can both go away convinced, or very nearly convinced, that they are quite innocent.
Yes, I know the sort of thing you mean. He thinks, I simply ask her what time dinner will be and she flies into a temper.
Precisely.
Yes.
Once this habit is very well established, you will have the delightful situation of a human saying things with the express purpose of offending, and yet having a grievance when offence is taken.
Delightful.
Finally, tell me something about the old lady's religious position. Is she at all jealous of the new factor in her son's life? At all piqued that he should have learned from others, and so late, what she considers she gave him such good opportunity of learning in childhood? Does she feel he is making a great deal of fuss about it, or that he's getting in on very easy terms? Remember the elder brother in the enemy story they call the prodigal son?
Right. I'll speak with Glubose.
Then, if you don't bungle it, you should have this situation well in hand.
Uncle,
Ah, Wormwood.
you summoned me.
I did. Do sit down.
Where?
On that spike.
Right, I believe I'll stand.
Suit yourself. My dear Wormwood, the amateurish suggestions in your last report warn me that it's high time for us to talk about the painful subject of prayer.
Prayer? But I did as you said, Uncle, and found that your advice about my patient's prayers for his mother proved, well, singularly unfortunate.
That is not the sort of thing that a nephew should say to his uncle, nor a junior tempter to the under-secretary of a department. It also reveals an unpleasant desire to shift responsibility. You must learn to pay for your own blunders.
I'm at a loss.
Indeed. The best thing, where it is possible, is to keep the patient from the serious intention of praying altogether. When the patient is an adult, recently reconverted to the enemy's party, like your man, this is best done by encouraging him to remember, or to think he remembers, the parrot-like nature of his prayers in childhood. In reaction against that, he may be persuaded to aim at something entirely spontaneous, inward, informal, and irregular. And what this will actually mean to a beginner will be an effort to produce in himself a vaguely devotional mood in which real concentration of will and intelligence have no part. This is the sort of prayer that we want, where the patient attempts to conjure a feeling of love and supplication, and since it bears a superficial resemblance to the prayer of silence, as practiced by those who are very far advanced in the enemy's service, clever and lazy patients can be taken in by it for quite a long time.
Right.
At the very least, they can be persuaded that the bodily position makes no difference to their prayers. For they constantly forget what you must always remember, that they are animals, and that whatever their bodies do affects their souls. It is really funny how mortals always picture us as putting things into their minds. In reality, our best work is done by keeping things out.
Oh, I had no idea.
Look, if this fails, you must fall back on a subtler misdirection of his intention. Whenever they are attending to the enemy himself, we are defeated. But there are ways of preventing them from doing so. The simplest is to turn their gaze away from him towards themselves. Keep them watching their own minds and trying to produce feelings by the action of their own wills. When they meant to ask him for charity, let them instead start trying to manufacture charitable feelings for themselves. And not notice that this is what they are doing. And when they meant to pray for courage, let them be trying to feel brave. And when they say they are praying for forgiveness, let them be trying to feel forgiven. Teach them to estimate the value of each prayer by their success in producing the desired feeling, and never let them suspect how much success or failure of that kind depends on whether they are well or ill, fresh or tired at the moment.
But working with the patient while he prays is risky, isn't it? The enemy is there.
This is a fact. Wherever there is prayer, there is danger of the enemy's own immediate action. He is cynically indifferent to the dignity of his position, and ours as pure spirits. To those human animals on their knees, he pours out self-knowledge in a quite shameless fashion, but even if he defeats your first attempt at misdirection, we have an advantage. The humans do not start from an immediate perception of him which we, unhappily, cannot avoid, for they have never known that ghastly luminosity, that stabbing, that searing glare which brings a permanent pain to the background of our lives. If you look into your patient's mind when he is praying, you will not find any of that.
Then what is he imagining about the enemy when he prays?
Any number of ridiculous ideas. There will be images derived from pictures of the enemy as he appeared during the discreditable episode known as the Incarnation. There will be vaguer, perhaps quite savage and puerile images associated with the other two persons. There will even be some of his own ideas made up out of his times of reverence, which he has objectified and attributed to an object. I have known cases where what the patient called his God was actually located up and to the left of the corner of the bedroom ceiling, or inside his own head, or in a crucifix on the wall. But whatever the nature of the object, you must keep him praying to it, to the thing that he has made, not to the person who has made him. Otherwise, well, our situation will become rather desperate.
Desperate, Uncle?
Yes. Once all his false images and objects have been flung aside, and the man trusts himself to the completely real, external, invisible presence there with him in the room, why, then the incalculable may occur.
How do I prevent that from happening?
Well, you are helped by the fact that the humans themselves do not desire it as much as they think they do. There is such a thing as getting more than they bargained for.
Yes.
Oh, do shut up and get out.
Diese Deutschen sind nun ebenfalls Geschöpfe Gottes. Der Allmächtige hat sie nicht geschaffen, damit sie zur universalen Staatskonstruktion einer fremden, ihnen verhassten Gewalt ausgeliefert werden.
This morning, the British ambassador in Berlin handed the German government a final note stating that unless we heard from them by 11 o'clock, that they were prepared at once to withdraw their troops from Poland, a state of war would exist between us. I have to tell you now that no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany.
My dear Wormwood, It is disappointing to expect a detailed report on your work and to receive instead such a vague rhapsody as your last letter. You say you are delirious with joy because the European humans have started another of their wars. Well, I see very well what has happened to you. You are not delirious. You are only drunk. Reading between the lines in your very unbalanced account of the patient's sleepless night, I can reconstruct your state of mind fairly accurately. For the first time in your career, you have tasted the wine, which is the reward of all our labors, the anguish and bewilderment of a human soul, and it has gone to your head. I can hardly blame you. I do not expect old heads on young shoulders. Did the patient respond to some of your terror pictures of the future? Did you work in some good self-pitying glances at the happy past? Some fine thrills in the pit of his stomach were there? You played your violin prettily, did you? Well, it's all very, very, very natural. But do remember, Wormwood, that duty comes before pleasure. If any present self-indulgence on your part leads to the ultimate loss of the prey, you will be left eternally thirsting for the draught of which you are now so much enjoying your first sip. If, on the other hand, by steady and cool-headed application here and now you can finally secure his soul, he will be then yours forever, a brimful living chalice of despair and horror and astonishment which you can raise to your lips as often as you please. So do not allow any temporary excitement to distract you from the real business of undermining faith and preventing the formation of virtues. Give me, without fail, in your next letter, a full account of the patient's reactions to the war, so that we can consider whether you are likely to do more good by making him an extreme patriot or an ardent pacifist. There are all sorts of possibilities. In the meantime, I must warn you not to hope too much from a war. Of course, a war is entertaining. The immediate fear and suffering of the humans is a legitimate and pleasing refreshment for our myriads of toiling workers. But what permanent good does it do unless we make use of it for bringing souls to our Father below? When I see the temporal suffering of humans who finally escape us, I feel as if I have been allowed to taste the first course of a rich banquet and then to be denied the rest. It's worse than having tasted it at all. The enemy, true to his barbarous methods of warfare, allows us to see the short misery of his favorites, only to tantalize and torment us, to mock the incessant hunger which, during this present phase of the great conflict, his blockade is admittedly imposing. Let us therefore think how to use, rather than to enjoy, this present European war, for it has certain tendencies inherent in it which are, in themselves, by no means in our favor. We may hope for a good deal of cruelty and unchastity, but if we are not careful, we shall see thousands turning in this tribulation to the enemy, while tens of thousands who do not go so far as that will nevertheless have their attention diverted from themselves to values and causes which they believe to be higher than the self. I know that the enemy disapproves of many of these causes, but that is where he is so unfair. He often makes prizes of humans who have given their lives for causes he thinks bad, on the monstrously sophistical ground that the humans thought them good and were following the best they knew. Consider, too, what undesirable deaths occur in wartime. Men are killed in places where they knew they might be killed, and to which they go prepared, if they are at all on the enemy's side. But how much better for us if all humans died in costly nursing homes, amid doctors who lie, nurses who lie, and friends who lie as we have trained them, promising life to the dying, encouraging the belief that sickness excuses every end indulgence, and even, if our workers know their jobs, withholding all suggestion of a priest, lest it should betray to the sick man his true condition. And how disastrous for us is the continual remembrance of death which war enforces. One of our best weapons, contented worldliness, is rendered useless. In wartime, not even a human can believe he's going to live forever. I know that Scabtree and the others have seen in wars a great opportunity for attacks on faith, but I think that view is exaggerated. The enemy's human partisans have all been plainly told by him that suffering is an essential part of what he calls redemption, so that a faith which is destroyed by a war or a pestilence cannot really have been worth the trouble of destroying. I'm speaking now of a diffused suffering over a long period, such as the war will produce. Of course, at the precise moment of terror, bereavement, or physical pain, you may catch your man when his reasons are temporarily suspended. Meanwhile, get out of your revelries and get back to work, or you know what awaits you. Your affectionate uncle, Screwtape.
John!
Oh, hello, Mum. Oh, dear, you haven't been sitting there the whole time, have you?
Well, I didn't know what else to do.
You could put the kettle on.
Well, in a moment. What did they say?
They didn't say much at all, actually.
Oh, they must have told you something.
Nothing helpful, I'm afraid. My age and profession make it possible, but not certain, that I will be called up for military service.
Oh. When will you know?
I haven't the foggiest. You are now as informed as I. About that tea.
Come into the kitchen. Surely they must have said something to me.
This is your progress report, Wormwood, that he may be called to military service, or he may not.
Yes, Uncle. I had hoped for a more decisive situation. Had he been called up, I could have made much of the forthcoming danger. Had he been left at home, I could have made much of the rejection, the innate feeling of rejection and cowardice. But here I see little opportunity, which is why I asked for your help.
Frankly, Wormwood, this situation abounds with opportunity. I am delighted by it.
Delighted?
Yes, we want him to be in the maximum uncertainty, so that his mind will be filled with contradictory pictures of the future, every one of which arouses hope or fear. There's nothing like suspense and anxiety for barricading a human's mind against the enemy.
How so?
Don't you understand? The enemy wants men to be concerned with what they do. Our business is to keep them thinking about what will happen to them. Your patient will, of course, have picked up the notion that he must submit with patience to the enemy's will. What the enemy means by this is primarily that he should accept with patience the tribulation which has actually been dealt out to him. The present anxiety and suspense. It is about this that he is to say, "Thy will be done." And for the daily task of bearing this, that the daily bread will be provided. It is your business to see that the patient never thinks of the present fear as his appointed cross, but only of all the things he is afraid of. Let him regard them as his crosses. Let him forget that, since they are incompatible, they cannot all happen to him, and let him try to practice fortitude and patience to them all in advance.
But isn't it impossible for him to know how to respond to a dozen different and hypothetical fates?
It is, but your patient doesn't know that. Listen closely, Wormwood. This is a basic and important spiritual law.
All right.
You'll remember how I explained that you can weaken his prayers by diverting his attention from the enemy himself to his own states of mind about the enemy.
Right.
On the other hand, fear becomes easier to master when the patient's mind is diverted from the thing feared to the fear itself, considered as an undesirable state of his own mind. And when he regards the fear as his appointed cross, he will inevitably think of it as a state of mind.
It sounds complicated. Wouldn't it be simpler to use his general feelings of hatred towards the Germans? Hatred is easy to manipulate. I like hatred.
And there you show your lack of experience in education. What do you mean by hatred? Do you mean those feelings of hatred with its talk of bravado and revenge, which humans are so fond of discussing in their periodicals? You must not rely on those.
I thought revenge was one of our favourites.
To be sure, the patient can, in his anguish, be encouraged to revenge himself by some vindictive feelings directed towards the German leaders, and that is good as far as it goes. But it's usually a sort of melodramatic or mythical hatred directed against imaginary scapegoats. He's never met these people in real life. They are caricatures modelled on what he gets from newspapers. The results of such fanciful hatred are often most disappointing, and of all humans, the English are, in this respect, the most deplorable milksops. They are creatures of that miserable sort who loudly proclaim that torture is too good for their enemies, and then give tea and cigarettes to the first wounded German pilot who turns up at the back door.
It's disgustingly true.
Do what you will, there is going to be some benevolence as well as some malice in your patient's soul. The great thing is to direct the malice to the immediate neighbours whom he meets every day, and to thrust his benevolence out to the remote circumference to people he does not know. Thus malice becomes wholly real, and benevolence largely imaginary. There's no good at all in inflaming his hatred of Germans if at the same time a pernicious habit of charity is growing up between him and his mother, his employer, and the man he meets on the train.
I understand.
No, you don't. So there's no point in pretending you do. Look, you must think of your man as a series of concentric circles, his will being the innermost, his intellect coming next, and finally, his fantasy. You can hardly hope at once to exclude from all the circles everything that smells of the enemy.
You mean the Germans?
No, not them, you fool. I mean the real enemy.
Right.
He wants virtues to permeate all of those circles within the patient, especially the will, while you must keep on shoving all the virtues outwards until they are finally located in the circle of fantasy. It is only when the virtues reach the will and are there embodied in habits that they are really fatal to us.
I want to be clear. When you say his will, do you mean his resolution?
No. That is often what the patient mistakes for his will. The conscious fume and fret of resolutions and clenched teeth. No, I am talking about the real center, what the enemy calls the heart.
But aren't any virtues a worry to us, even if they reside in the circle of fantasy?
No. All sorts of virtues painted in the circle of fantasy, or approved by the intellect, or even in some measure loved and admired, will not keep a man from our Father's house. Indeed, they make him more amusing when he gets there.
It is me, Mr. Hamilton. No, that's no good.
We meet at last, Mr. Hamilton.
That's too much. Right. So, Hamilton, we meet.
Wormwood!
Uncle.
What are you doing?
I'm, that's to say, I was just, sort of practicing.
Practicing what?
Well, I was thinking, you see, that I might make an appearance.
An appearance?
To John Hamilton, in a dream, perhaps, or in the shadows.
Why?
Well, to nudge him along. I thought if he saw me, then he'd...
What, Wormwood? What did you think?
Well, it would scare him, wouldn't it?
You young tempters are so predictable. It's all show and flash with you, when in fact it's much better to keep the patient ignorant of your existence.
Why, if I may ask?
Well, for one thing, that question, at least for the present phase of the struggle, has been answered for us by the High Command. Our policy, for the moment, is to conceal ourselves.
But it hasn't always been so.
No, we are really faced with a cruel dilemma, you see. When the humans disbelieve in our existence, we lose all the pleasing results of direct terrorism. On the other hand, when they believe in us, we cannot make them materialists and skeptics, at least not yet.
Not yet.
I have great hopes that we shall learn in due time how to emotionalize and mythologize their science to such an extent that what is in effect a belief in us, though not under that name, will creep in while the human mind remains closed to belief in the enemy.
How could we accomplish such a thing?
There are many different ways. The worship of sex, some aspects of psychoanalysis, this thing some call a life force. They may prove useful. If once we can produce our perfect work, the materialist magician, the man not using but veritably worshipping what he vaguely calls forces while denying the existence of spirits, then the end of the war will be in sight.
Oh, wondrous day.
In the meantime, we must obey our orders. I do not think you will have much difficulty in keeping the patient in the dark. The fact that devils are predominantly comic or absurdly exaggerated figures in the modern imagination will help you. If any faint suspicion of your existence begins to arise in his mind, suggest to him a picture of something in red tights. And persuade him that since he cannot believe in that, it is an old textbook method of confusing them, he therefore cannot believe in you.
Right. But there is one other bit of business. You were going to tell me whether we should make the patient an extreme patriot or an extreme pacifist. Though I'm puzzled. Doesn't it serve us better if he's tepid and lukewarm to either cause?
All extremes, except extreme devotion to the enemy, are to be encouraged. Not always, of course, but at this period. Some ages are lukewarm and complacent, and then it is our business to soothe them yet faster asleep. Other ages, of which the present is one, are unbalanced and prone to faction, and it is our business to inflame them. Any small clique, bound together by some interest which other men dislike or ignore, tends to develop inside itself a hothouse of mutual admiration, and towards the outer world a great deal of pride and hatred which is entertained without shame because the cause is its sponsor, and it is thought to be impersonal. Even when the little group exists originally for the enemy's own purposes, this remains true. We want the church to be small, not only that fewer men may know the enemy, but also that those who do may acquire the uneasy intensity and defensive self-righteousness of a secret society. The church herself is, of course, heavily defended, and we have never yet quite succeeded in giving her all the characteristics of a faction, but subordinate factions within her have often produced admirable results, from the parties of Paul and of Apollos at Corinth, down to the high and the low parties in the Church of England.
So, what shall it be, pacifist or patriot?
If your patient can be induced to become a conscientious objector, he will automatically find himself one of a small, vocal, organized, and unpopular society. And the effects of this on one so new to Christianity will almost certainly be good.
Pacifist, then?
Not so fast. I said almost certainly. Has he had serious doubts about the lawfulness of serving in a just war before this present war began?
I don't know.
Is he a man of great physical courage, so great that he will have no half-conscious misgivings about the real motives of his pacifism? Can he, when nearest to honesty, no human is ever very near, feel fully convinced that he is actuated wholly by the desire to obey the enemy?
Well,
if he is that sort of man, his pacifism will probably not do us much good, and the enemy will probably protect him from the usual consequences of belonging to a sect. Your best plan in that case would be to attempt a sudden, confused, emotional crisis from which he might emerge as an uneasy convert to patriotism. Such things can often be managed, but if he is the man I take him to be, try pacifism.
Right.
Whichever he adopts, your main task will be the same. Let him begin by treating the patriotism or the pacifism as a part of his religion, and then let him, under the influence of partisan spirit, come to regard it as the most important part. Then quietly and gradually nurse him onto the stage at which the religion becomes merely part of the cause, in which Christianity is valued chiefly because of the excellent arguments it can produce in favor of the British war effort or pacifism. The attitude which you want to guard against is that in which temporal affairs are treated primarily as material for obedience. Once you have made the world an end and faith a means, you have almost won your man, and it makes very little difference what kind of worldly end he is pursuing. Provided that meetings, pamphlets, policies, movements, causes, and crusades matter to him more than prayers and sacraments and charity, he is ours. And the more religious on those terms, the more securely ours. I could show you a pretty cageful in our father's house. Are you, finished with your silly theatrics?
Yes, Uncle.
Good. Now I suggest you get back to your post before your patient wakes up and does something good.
You summoned me, Uncle.
I did indeed. I have been reading your latest report.
Yes?
Yes. You wrote that you have great hopes that the patient's religious phase is dying away.
Yes, Uncle. I'm most encouraged.
Are you? I always thought the training college had gone to pieces since they put old Slubgob at the head of it, and now I'm sure of it.
Is something wrong?
Has no one ever told you about the law of undulation?
Undulation.
Humans are amphibians, half spirit and half animal. The enemy's determination to produce such a revolting hybrid was one of the things that determined our father to withdraw his support from him. As spirits, they belong to the eternal world, but as animals, they inhabit time. This means that while their spirit can be directed to an eternal object, their bodies, passions, and imaginations are in continual change. For to be in time means to change. Their nearest approach to constancy, therefore, is undulation, the repeated return to a level from which they repeatedly fall back, a series of troughs and peaks. If you had watched your patient carefully, you would have seen this undulation in every department of his life. His interest in his work, his affection for his friends, his physical appetites all go up and down. As long as he lives on Earth, periods of emotional and bodily richness and liveliness will alternate with periods of numbness and poverty. The dryness and dullness through which your patient is now going are not, as you fondly suppose, your workmanship. They are merely a natural phenomenon which will do us no good unless you make a good use of it.
Oh, then what am I to do?
You must ask what use the enemy wants to make of this trough period, and then do the opposite.
You want me to guide my patient to a peak?
Yes. It may surprise you, inexperienced as you are, to learn that in his efforts to get permanent possession of a soul, the enemy relies on the troughs even more than on the peaks. Some of his special favorites have gone through longer and deeper troughs than anyone else.
Why would the enemy do that?
Did they not teach you about this at college? Look, to us, a human is primarily food.
Yes.
Our aim is the absorption of its will into ours, the increase of our own area of selfhood at its expense. But the obedience which the enemy demands of men is quite a different thing. One must face the fact that all the talk about his love for men and his service being perfect freedom is not, as one would gladly believe, mere propaganda. It is an appalling truth. He really does want to fill the universe with a lot of loathsome little replicas of himself, creatures whose life on its miniature scale will be qualitatively like his own, not because he has absorbed them, but because their wills freely conform to his. We want cattle who can finally become food. He wants servants who can finally become sons. We want to suck it in. He wants to give it out. We are empty and would be filled. He is full and flows over. Our aim is a world in which our Father below has drawn all other beings into himself. The enemy wants a world full of beings united to him, but still distinct.
How distasteful.
So it is. And this is where the troughs come in. They are periods when the enemy is growing the vermin into the sort of creature he wants it to be.
But how? It makes no sense.
In his warped way of thinking, it does. Surely you've wondered, as all demons have, why the enemy does not make use of his power to be sensibly present to human souls.
It was a theory we discussed at the college. Why didn't he, if he could, show himself to humans in any degree he chose at any moment in order to win their permanent allegiance?
And you concluded what?
Well, nothing, actually. We determined that the enemy is a fool for not showing himself more clearly.
Did your instructors not explain that the irresistible and the indisputable are the two weapons which the very nature of his scheme forbids him to use? Merely to override a human will, as his felt presence in any but the faintest degree would certainly do, would be for him useless. He will not ravish, he will only woo, don't you see? His ridiculous idea is to eat the cake and have it. The creatures are to be one with him, but yet themselves. Merely to cancel or assimilate them will not serve his purposes.
But this isn't always the case. I mean, he does, from time to time...
Yes. He is prepared to do a little overriding at the beginning. He will set them off with communications of his presence, which, though faint, seem great to them with emotional sweetness and give them easy conquest over temptation. But he never allows this to go on for long. Sooner or later, he withdraws those supports and incentives, if not in fact, at least from their conscious experience. He leaves the creature to stand up on its own legs, to carry out from the will alone duties which have lost all relish. So, now you see the importance of the trough periods.
Do I?
Don't you? We can drag our patients along by continual tempting because we design them only for our banquet table, and the more their will is interfered with, the better. But he cannot tempt to virtue as we do to vice. He wants them to learn to walk and must therefore take away his hand. And if only the will to walk is really there, he is pleased even with their stumbles. Do not be deceived, Wormwood. Our cause is never more in danger than when a human no longer desires, but still intends to do our enemy's will. Even as the human looks around a universe from which every trace of him seems to have vanished, even when he asks why he has been forsaken, with all that, he still obeys.
But surely the troughs afford us opportunities as well.
Oh, they do. They do. Come with me, and I'll show you. Though this trough or dryness which your patient is experiencing at present will not of itself give you his soul, it needs to be properly exploited. I do find the noise and pollution of the city inspiring.
Uncle?
Oh, yes. I have always found that the trough periods of the human undulation provide excellent opportunity for all sensual temptations, particularly those of sex.
Well, I would have thought sex was more of a temptation during peak periods.
Why would you think that?
Well, more physical energy and therefore more potential appetite.
Oh, good answer. But you must remember that the powers of resistance are then also at their highest. The health and spirits which you want to use in producing lust can also, alas, be very easily used for work or play or thought or innocuous merriment. The attack has a much better chance of success when the man's whole inner world is drab and cold and empty. And it is also to be noted that the trough sexuality is subtly different in quality from that of the peak, much less likely to lead to the milk and water phenomenon which the humans call being in love. No. During trough periods, patients are more easily drawn into perversions, much less contaminated by those generous and imaginative and even spiritual concomitants which often render human sexuality so disappointing. It is the same with other desires of the flesh. You are much more likely to make your man a sound drunkard by pressing drink on him as a painkiller when he is dull and weary than by encouraging him to use it as a means of merriment among his friends when he is happy and expansive. Never forget that when we are dealing with any pleasure in its healthy and normal and satisfying form, we are, in a sense, on the enemy's ground.
But surely we've won many souls through pleasure.
But we have. All the same, it is his invention and not ours. He made the pleasures. All our research so far has not enabled us to produce a single one. All we can do is to encourage the humans to abuse or misapply the pleasures which our enemy has produced. Hence, we always try to work away from the natural condition of any pleasure to that in which it is least natural, least redolent of its maker, and least pleasurable. An ever-increasing craving for an ever-diminishing pleasure is the formula. It is more certain, and it's better style, to get a man's soul and give him nothing in return. That is what really gladdens our Father's heart, and the troughs are the time for beginning the process.
To get the man's soul and give him nothing in return. Brilliant.
But there is an even better way of exploiting the trough.
Yes?
You do it through the patient's own thoughts about it. As always, the first step is to keep knowledge out of his mind. Do not let him suspect the law of undulation.
No.
Let him assume that the first ardors of his conversion might have been expected to last, and ought to have lasted forever, and that his present dryness is an equally permanent condition. Having once got this misconception well fixed in his head, you may then proceed in various ways.
Right.
It all depends on whether your man is of the desponding type who can be tempted to despair, or of the wishful thinking type who can be assured that all is well. The former type is getting rare among the humans. If your patient should happen to belong to it, everything is easy. You have only got to keep him out of the way of experienced Christians.
An easy task nowadays.
And to direct his attention to the appropriate passages in Scripture. Then to set him to work on the desperate design of recovering his old feelings by sheer willpower and...
The game is ours.
If, however, he is of the more hopeful type, your job is to make him acquiesce in the present low temperature of his spirit and gradually become content with it, persuading himself that it is not so low after all. In a week or two, you will be making him doubt whether the first days of his Christianity were not perhaps a little excessive. Talk to him about moderation in all things. If you can get him to the point of thinking that religion is all very well up to a point, you can feel quite happy about his soul.
Brilliant.
A moderated religion is as good for us as no religion at all, and much more amusing.
But when should I attack his faith directly? You know, persuade him that it's all a lot of rubbish?
Only when you have caused him to assume that the trough is permanent can you persuade him that his religious phase is going to die away like all his previous phases. In fact, the mere word phase will very likely do the trick. I assume that the creature has been through several of them before, and he always feels superior and patronizing to the ones he has emerged from. Not because he has really evaluated them, but simply because they are in the past. You keep him well fed on hazy ideas of progress and development, I trust.
I do.
And give him lots of modern biographies to read. The people in them are always emerging from phases, aren't they?
So they are.
You see the idea? Keep his mind off the plain antithesis between true and false. Nice, shadowy expressions like, it was only a phase, or, I've been through all of that, are indispensable to us. Oh, and don't forget that blessed word, adolescent.
Hello, old chap.
No, my dear fellow, what brings you to town? What are you doing here?
I know it's terribly against protocol to simply drop by your office like this, but my wife and I came up to do some shopping. We thought we should pick up one or two things before they're rationed. What with this inconvenient war and all. Do you have a moment to say hello to her?
Your wife? Of course. Bring her in.
Oh, come in, Viv. John, this is my wife, Vivian.
How do you do?
Hello.
Viv, this is John Hamilton. The one I told you about from the bookshop.
Oh.
Searching for John Milton, of all things.
Were you? What on earth were you looking for?
Paradise Lost.
Oh.
I had a copy from school, but it seems to have gone missing. My mother probably chucked it out during one of her spring cleanings.
I can't abide Paradise Lost. My parents fancied themselves as poets and did dramatic readings in our house every Tuesday evening. It was such a bore. Are you interested in it for religious or literary reasons? If you say religious, then I'm afraid we'll have to leave. I simply haven't the time for the pious types.
We won't keep you, Hamilton. But we are having a small party on Saturday night with a few people I believe you'll like.
Oh, yes, you must come.
Darling, we can introduce him to your sister.
Yes, that would be lovely. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. She's going to a dance at the RAF station. She hopes to meet a pilot. I don't understand the fascination myself. Most of them turn out to be mechanics and technical chaps, not the ones with wings. And the place is awfully small and crowded, very hot. It all smells of Brill cream and sweat.
The RAF dance, Hamilton, not our party. Do come. We'll drop you a note with the details.
Yes, thank you. I will.
Oh, you have a lovely office, Mr. Hamilton. Not one of those dreary grey things one often sees.
Thank you.
Well then, cheerio, old chap.
Pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Brett.
Oh, Viv. You must call me Viv or we'll never be friends.
Viv,
Well done, Wormwood. This is promising.
I had hoped you would think so.
I gather that this middle-aged couple are just the sort of people we want him to know. Rich, smart, superficially intellectual, and brightly skeptical about everything in the world.
They are.
And I gather that they are even vaguely pacifist.
They are, but not on moral grounds.
No?
No, only from an ingrained habit.
Oh, yes, I know the type. Good at belittling anything that concerns the great mass of their fellow men, and from a dash of purely fashionable and literary communism. This is excellent.
I'm attempting to make good use of my patient's social, sexual, and intellectual vanity with a new crowd.
Will he commit himself deeply to them?
You heard for yourself.
I don't mean in words, I mean in the subtle play of looks and tones and laughs, by which a mortal can imply that he is of the same party as those to whom he is speaking. That is the kind of betrayal you should specially encourage, because the man does not fully realize it himself, and by the time he does, you will have made withdrawal difficult.
It'll be child's play. You saw how he stumbled all over himself. I expect more at the party on Saturday night.
Perhaps, but no doubt he will soon realize that his own faith is in direct opposition to the assumptions on which all the conversation of his new friends is based. I don't think that matters, provided that you can persuade him to postpone any open acknowledgement of the fact, and this with the aid of shame, pride, Modesty and vanity will be easy to do. As long as the postponement lasts, he will be in a false position. He will be silent when he ought to speak, and laugh when he ought to be silent. He will assume, at first only by his manner, but presently by his words, all sorts of cynical and skeptical attitudes, which are not really his. But if you play him well, they may become his.
Yes, I'm beginning to learn that all mortals tend to turn into the thing they're pretending to be.
This is elementary. The real question is how to prepare for the enemy's counterattack.
Right.
The first thing is to delay as long as possible the moment at which he realizes this new pleasure as a temptation. Since the enemy's servants have been preaching about the world as one of the great standard temptations for 2,000 years, this might seem difficult to do. But, fortunately, they have said very little about it recently. In modern Christian writings, I see few of the old warnings about mammon, worldly vanities, the choice of friends, and the value of time. All of that your patient would probably classify as Puritanism. And may I say, the value we have given to that word is one of the really solid triumphs of the last 100 years.
Puritanism?
By it, we rescue thousands of humans from temperance, chastity, and sobriety of life. Sooner or later, however, the real nature of his new friends must become clear to him, and then your tactics must depend on the patient's intelligence. If he is a big enough fool, you can get him to realize the character of the friends only while they are absent. Their presence can be made to sweep away all criticism. If this succeeds, he can be induced to live, as I have known many humans live for quite long periods, 2 parallel lives. He will not only appear to be, but actually be, a different man in each of the circles he frequents.
Is that helpful to us?
It can be, if you employ a subtler and more entertaining method. He can be made to take a positive pleasure in the perception that the two sides of his life are inconsistent.
How will I do that?
By exploiting his vanity. He can be taught to enjoy kneeling beside the grocer in church on Sunday, just because he remembers that the grocer could not possibly understand the urbane and mocking world which he inhabited on Saturday evening. And on the other end, he can enjoy the lewdness and blasphemy over coffee with these urbane friends all the more because he is aware of a deeper and spiritual world within him which they cannot understand. You see the idea?
Yes. The worldly friends touch him on one side and the grocer on the other, and he believes himself to be the complete, balanced, complex man who sees round them all.
Thus, while being permanently treacherous to at least 2 sets of people, he will feel, instead of shame, a continual undercurrent of self-satisfaction.
Excellent.
Finally, if all else fails, you can persuade him, in defiance of conscience, to continue the new acquaintance on the ground that he is, in some unspecified way, doing these people good by the mere fact that he's drinking their cocktails and laughing at their jokes, and that to cease to do so would be priggish, intolerant, and, of course, puritanical.
That's very funny.
Meanwhile, you will of course take the obvious precaution of seeing that this new development induces him to spend more than he can afford, and to neglect his work. And his mother. Her jealousy and alarm and his increasing evasiveness or rudeness will be invaluable for the aggravation of the domestic tension.
Yes, Uncle, I'll see to it.
You know, I have had my doubts about you, Wormwood.
Yes.
If you don't botch this up, I may revise them.
Oh. Thank you, Uncle.
My dear Wormwood, everything is clearly going well. I'm especially glad to hear that the 2 new friends have now made him acquainted with their whole crowd. All these, as I find from the record office, are thoroughly reliable people. Steady, consistent scoffers and worldlings who, without any spectacular crimes, are progressing quietly and comfortably towards our Father's house. You speak of there being great laughers. I trust this does not mean that you are under the impression that laughter as such is always in our favor. The point is worth some attention. I divide the causes of human laughter into joy, fun, the joke proper, and flippancy. You will see joy among friends and lovers reunited on the eve of a holiday. Among adults, some pretext in the way of jokes is usually provided, but the facility with which the smallest witticisms produce laughter at such a time shows that they are not the real cause. What that real cause is, we do not know. Something like it is expressed in much of that detestable art which the humans call music. And something like it occurs in heaven, a meaningless acceleration in the rhythm of celestial experience, quite opaque to us. Laughter of this kind does us no good and should always be discouraged. Besides, the phenomenon is of itself disgusting and a direct insult to the realism, dignity, and austerity of hell. Fun is closely related to joy, a sort of emotional froth arising from the play instinct. It is very little use to us. It can sometimes be used, of course, to divert humans from something else which the enemy would like them to be feeling or doing, but in itself it has wholly undesirable tendencies. It promotes charity, courage, contentment, and many other evils. The joke proper, which turns on the sudden perception of incongruity, is a much more promising field. I'm not thinking primarily of indecent or bawdy humor, which, though much relied upon by second-rate tempters, is often disappointing in its results. I shall never forget the hours which I wasted, hours to me of unbearable tedium with one of my early patients in bars and smoking rooms before I learned that there are some humans to whom an indecent story ceases to produce lasciviousness precisely at the moment it becomes funny, while there are others in whom laughter and lust are excited at the same moment by the same thing. The first sort joke about sex because it gives rise to many incongruities. The second cultivate incongruities because they afford a pretext for talking about sex. Find out which type your patient is and see that he does not find out. Flippancy, I believe, is the best of all. In the first place, it is very economical. Only a clever human can make a real joke about virtue or indeed about anything else, but a flippant human is able to talk as if virtue were funny without actually making a joke. You see, among flippant people, the joke is always assumed to have been made. No one actually makes it. But every serious subject is discussed in a manner which implies that they have already found a ridiculous side to it. If prolonged, the habit of flippancy builds up around a man the finest armor plating against the enemy that I know, and it is quite free from the dangers inherent in the other sources of laughter. It is 1,000 miles away from joy. It deadens instead of sharpening the intellect, and it makes no affection between those who practice it. Your affectionate Uncle Screwtape.
Not that way, Glovers. I think you ought to twist it around the other way. It'll hurt more.
Oh, excellent. Personal communication to Wormwood.
Who is it from?
Under Secretary Screwtape.
Blast. Let it go, Glubbers.
Oh.
All right, let's have it.
Sign here. And here. And here. And there. And there. And here. And down there.
You really enjoy your job, don't you?
It has its moments. And there. And there. And here. Well, that's all.
Were all those signatures really necessary for one letter?
Oh, not at all. I merely did it to annoy you. That's when I enjoy my job the most. Goodbye.
I hope you rot in... You already are.
Well, what's the old cuss want now?
I'm getting to it. All right. Ow! Ow! Right. My dear Wormwood, obviously you are making excellent progress.
A compliment?
Only as a means to criticise. Listen. My only fear is lest in attempting to hurry the patient, you awaken him to a sense of his real position. For you and I, who see that position as it really is, must never forget how totally different it ought to appear to him. We know that we have introduced a change of direction in his course, which is already carrying him out of his orbit around the enemy. But he must be made to imagine that all the choices which have effected this change of course are trivial and easily accomplished. Right. He must not be allowed to suspect that he is now, however slowly, heading right away from the sun on a line which will carry him into the cold and dark of utmost space.
Oh, that's not so bad. Look, my patient is about to have tea with some of her friends, and I really want that cat to mess up the whole affair.
What? Go on, then.
Oh, come on, kitty, 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 kitty.
Petty fool. Right. On a line which will carry him into the cold and dark of utmost space. Right. For this reason, I am almost glad to hear that he is still a churchgoer and a communicant. What? I know there are dangers in this, but anything is better than that he should realize the break he has made with the first months of his Christian life. As long as he retains externally the habits of a Christian, he can still be made to think of himself as one who has adopted a few new friends and amusements, but whose spiritual state is much the same as it was 6 weeks ago. And while he thinks that, we do not have to contend with the explicit repentance of a definite, fully recognized sin, but only with his vague, though uneasy feeling that he hasn't been doing very well lately. This dim uneasiness needs careful handling. If it gets too strong, it may wake him up and spoil the whole game. On the other hand, if you suppress it entirely, which, by the way, the enemy will probably not allow you to do, we lose an element in the situation which can be turned to good account. If such a feeling is allowed to live, but not allowed to become irresistible and flower into real repentance, it has one invaluable tendency. It increases the patient's reluctance to think about the enemy. All humans at nearly all times have some such reluctance, but when thinking of him involves facing and intensifying a whole vague cloud of half-conscious guilt, this reluctance is increased tenfold. They hate every idea that suggests him, just as men in financial embarrassment hate the very sight of a bank book. In this state, your patient will not neglect, but he will increasingly dislike his religious duties. He will think about them as little as he feels he decently can beforehand, and forget them as soon as possible when they are over. A few weeks ago, you had to tempt him to unreality and inattention in his prayers, but now you will find him opening his arms to you, and almost begging you to distract his purpose and benumb his heart. He will want his prayers to be unreal, for he will dread nothing so much as effective contact with the enemy. His aim will be to let sleeping worms lie. As this condition becomes more fully established, you will be gradually freed from the tiresome business of providing pleasures as temptations. As the uneasiness and his reluctance to face it cut him off more and more from all real happiness, and as habit renders the pleasures of vanity and excitement and flippancy at once less pleasant and harder to forego, for that is what habit fortunately does to a pleasure, you will find that anything or nothing is sufficient to attract his wandering attention. You no longer need a good book which he really likes to keep him from his prayers or his work or his sleep. A column of advertisements in yesterday's paper will do. You can make him waste his time not only in conversation he enjoys with people whom he likes, but in conversations with those he cares nothing about, on subjects that bore him. You can make him do nothing at all for long periods. You can keep him up late at night, not roistering, but staring at a dead fire in a cold room. All the healthy and outgoing activities which we want him to avoid can be inhibited, and nothing given in return, so that at last he may say, as one of my own patients said on his arrival down here, "I now see that I spent most of my life in doing neither what I ought, nor what I liked." The Christians describe the enemy as one without whom nothing is strong. And nothing is very strong. Strong enough to steal away a man's best years not in sweet sins, but in a dreary flickering of the mind over it knows not what, and knows not why. In the gratification of curiosities so feeble that the man is only half aware of them, in drumming of fingers, in whistling tunes that he does not like, or in the long, dim labyrinth of reveries that have not even lust or ambition to give them a relish, but which, once chance association has started them, the creature is too weak and fuddled to shake off. These seem like awfully small and feeble sins. You will say that these are very small sins. How does he do that? And doubtless, like all young tempters, you are anxious to be able to report spectacular wickedness. But do remember, the only thing that matters is the extent to which you separate the man from the enemy. It does not matter how small the sins are, provided that their cumulative effect is to edge the man away from the light and out into the nothing. Murder is no better than cards, if cards can do the trick. Indeed, the safest road to hell is the gradual one, the gentle slope, soft underfoot, without sudden turnings, without milestones, without signposts. Your affectionate uncle, Screwtape. He thinks he's so clever. I'll show him the difference between small sins and spectacular ones.
I know you're down here. Glover's told me exactly where you are. Now come out of that sewage pipe this instant.
Uncle.
I have read your latest report.
Have you?
Yes. You took a great many pages to tell a very simple story. The long and short of it is that you have let a man slip through your fingers.
Well, not entirely.
Oh, no, dear nephew. You won't downplay your condition. The situation is very grave, and I see no reason why I should try to shield you from the consequences of your inefficiency. A repentance and renewal of what the other side call grace, on the scale of which you described, is a defeat of the first order. It amounts to a second conversion, and probably on a deeper level than the first.
I don't know what happened, Uncle. It was going so well. My patient was walking along by the old mill, in an ideal frame of mind, I thought. And I was coming in for a grand attack when suddenly there was an asphyxiating cloud blinding and choking me.
Had you not been such a fool, you would have recognized that the asphyxiating cloud is a well-known phenomenon. It is the enemy's most barbarous weapon and generally appears when he is directly present to the patient under certain modes not yet fully classified. Some humans are permanently surrounded by it and therefore inaccessible to us.
Right. Thank you for explaining, Uncle. I'll be going now.
No. We are not yet finished. Let us speak of your blunders.
Must we?
We must, or you will never learn. First, by your own admission, you allowed the patient to read a book he really enjoyed because he enjoyed it, and not in order to make clever remarks about it to his new friends.
Yes, Uncle.
In the second place, you allowed him to walk down to the old mill and have tea there, a walk through the country he really likes, and by himself. In other words, you allowed him 2 real positive pleasures. Were you so ignorant as to not see the danger of this?
Well,
the characteristic of pains and pleasures is that they are unmistakably real, and therefore, as far as they go, give the man who feels them a touchstone of reality. Thus, if you had been trying to damn your man by the romantic method, by submerging him in self-pity for imaginary distresses, you would try to protect him at all costs from any real pain, because, of course, 5 minutes genuine toothache would reveal the romantic sorrows for the nonsense they were, and unmask your whole stratagem. But you were trying to damn your patient by the world, that is, by palming off vanity, bustle, irony, and expensive tedium as pleasures. How can you have failed to see that a real pleasure was the last thing you ought to have let him experience? Didn't you foresee that it would kill by contrast all the trumpery which you have been so laboriously teaching him to value, and that the sort of pleasure which the book and the walk gave him was the most dangerous of all? That it would peel off from his sensibility the kind of crust that you have been forming on it, and make him feel that he was coming home, recovering himself?
Well,
as a preliminary to detaching him from the enemy, you wanted to detach him from himself, and had made some progress in doing so. Now, all that is undone. But what? Speak up, imbecile.
By detaching the patient from himself, aren't we doing what the enemy wants us to do?
The enemy wants to detach men from themselves, but in a different way from our purposes. Remember always that he really likes the little vermin, and sets an absurd value on the distinctness of every one of them. When he talks of losing themselves, he only means abandoning the clamor of self-will. Once they have done that, he really gives them back all their own personality, and boasts, I'm afraid sincerely, that when they are wholly his, that they will be more themselves than ever. Hence, while he is delighted to see them sacrificing even their innocent wills to his, he hates to see them drifting away from their own nature for any other reason. And we should always encourage them to do so. The deepest likings and impulses of any man are the raw materials, the starting point with which the enemy has furnished him. To get him away from those is therefore always a point gained. Even in things indifferent, it is always desirable to substitute the standards of the world, or convention, or fashion, for a human's own real likings and dislikings. I myself would carry this very far. I would make it a rule to eradicate from my patient any strong personal taste which is not actually a sin, even if it is something quite trivial, such as a fondness for county cricket, or collecting stamps, or drinking cocoa. Such things, I grant you, have nothing of virtue in them, but there is a sort of innocence and humility and self-forgetfulness about them which I distrust. The man who truly and disinterestedly enjoys any one thing in the world for its own sake, and without caring tuppence for what other people say about it, is, by that very fact, forearmed against some of our subtlest modes of attack. You should always try to make the patient abandon the people or food or books he really likes in favor of the best people, the right food, the important books. I have known a human defended from strong temptations to social ambition by a still stronger taste for tripe and onions.
Yes, Yes, I understand now, Uncle.
It remains to consider how we can retrieve this disaster. The great thing is to prevent his doing anything. As long as he does not convert it into action, it does not matter how much he thinks about this new repentance. Let the little brute wallow in it. Let him, if he has any bent that way, write a book about it. That is often an excellent way of sterilizing the seeds which the enemy plants in a human soul. Let him do anything but act. No amount of piety in his imagination and affections will harm us if we can keep it out of his will. The more he feels without acting, the less he will ever be able to act. And in the long run, the less he will be able to feel. Yes. You'd better fix this, Wormwood, or you know what will happen to you.
Yes, Uncle. I was a fool.
So you are. Now, this. Don't move, just... try this.
My Lord Undersecretary.
What is it, Toadpipe? Can't you see that I'm busy?
It's your nephew, sir. He needs to see you.
What now?
Well, he wouldn't say, sir. He's waiting in your office.
All right. Hold this. Right here.
Yes, sir.
What do you want, Wormwood? I'm busy.
Uncle, having learned my lesson, I've decided to come to you for advice, rather than attempt this effort on my own.
I hope that doesn't mean that you'll be pestering me at every turn.
I'll try not to.
Well, what is it then?
My patient.
What about him?
He's not exhibiting any of the behaviors that marked his original conversion.
Oh, you mean he's not making any of those confident resolutions the recently repentant tend to make?
No.
No more lavish promises of perpetual virtue?
No, sir.
Not even the expectation of an endowment of grace for life?
No, Uncle. He seems to hope only for the daily and hourly pittance to meet his daily and hourly temptations.
Well, this is very bad. Right. I see only one thing to do at the moment. Your patient has become humble. Have you drawn his attention to the fact?
Uncle?
All virtues are less formidable to us once the man is aware he has them, but this is especially true of humility. Catch him at the moment when he really is poor in spirit and smuggle into his mind the gratifying reflection, by Jove, I'm being humble, and almost immediately pride at his own humility, will appear. If he awakes to the danger and tries to smother this new form of pride, make him proud of his attempt, and so on, through as many stages as you please. But don't try this too long, for fear you awake his sense of humor and proportion, in which case he will merely laugh at you and go to bed.
Yes, Uncle.
But there are other profitable ways of fixing his attention on the virtue of humility. By this virtue, as by all the others, our enemy wants to turn the man's attention away from self to him and to the man's neighbors. All the abjection and self-hatred are designed in the long run solely for this end. Unless they attain this end, they do us little harm, and they may even do us good if they keep the man concerned with himself, and above all, if self-contempt can be made the starting point for contempt of other selves, and thus for gloom, cynicism, and cruelty. Are you getting this?
Yes, sir.
You must therefore conceal from the patient the true end of humility. Let him think of it not as self-forgetfulness, but as a certain kind of low opinion of his own talents and character. Some talents, I gather, he really has. Fix in his mind the idea that humility consists in trying to believe those talents to be less valuable than he knows them to be. No doubt they are, in fact, less valuable than he believes, but that is not the point. The great thing is to make him value an opinion for some quality other than truth, thus introducing an element of dishonesty and make-believe into the heart of what otherwise threatens to become a virtue. By this method, thousands of humans have been brought to think that humility means pretty women trying to believe that they are ugly and clever men trying to believe that they are fools.
Brilliant, Uncle.
However, to anticipate the enemy's strategy, we must consider his aims.
What aims might those be?
The enemy wants to bring the man to a state of mind in which he could design the best cathedral in the world and know it to be the best, and rejoice in the fact without being any more or less or otherwise glad at having done it than he would if it had been done by another. The enemy wants him, in the end, to be so free from any bias in his own favor that he can rejoice in his own talents as frankly and gratefully as in his neighbor's talents, or in a sunrise, or an elephant, or a waterfall.
Sunrise, elephant, waterfall?
Those are examples, you fool. He wants each man in the long run to be able to recognize all creatures, even himself, as glorious and excellent things. He wants to kill their animal self-love as soon as possible. But it is his long-term policy, I fear, to restore them to a new kind of self-love, a charity and gratitude for all selves, including their own. When they have really learned to love their neighbors as themselves, they will be allowed to love themselves as their neighbors. For we must never forget what is the most repellent and inexplicable trait in our enemy. He really loves the hairless bipeds he has created, and always gives back to them with his right hand what he has taken away with his left.
Truly, Uncle, he loves them.
Yes. Can't you see it? It's the one reason why the enemy's whole effort is to get the man's mind off the subject of his own value altogether. He would rather the man thought himself a great architect or a great poet and then forgot about it than he should spend much time and pains trying to think himself a bad one. Your efforts to instill either vainglory or false modesty into the patient will therefore be met from the enemy's side with the obvious reminder that a man is not usually called upon to have an opinion of his own talents at all, since he can very well go on improving them to the best of his ability without deciding on his own precise niche in the Temple of Fame.
So, if I understand you correctly, I must exclude that reminder from my patient's consciousness.
At all costs.
At all costs.
The enemy will also try to render real in the patient's mind a doctrine which they all profess but find it difficult to bring home to their feelings. The doctrine that they did not create themselves, that their talents were given to them, and that they might as well be proud of the color of their eyes. But always, and by all methods, the enemy's aim will be to get the patient's mind off such questions, and yours will be to fix it on them. Even of his sins, the enemy does not want him to think too much. Once they are repented, the sooner the man turns his attention outwards, the better the enemy is pleased.
Yes, Uncle. Thank you.
You really have worked out this little performance of contrition, haven't you?
Uncle?
Standing there, taking my advice as if you don't hate and loathe me all the while.
Uncle, how can you say such a thing?
Because it is accurate, is it not? Your entire attitude at this moment is a sham.
Well, yes.
Good. You had me worried for a moment there. True contrition is an act of the enemy's beings, not one of ours. Now get out.
Yes, Uncle.
It's a lovely day, isn't it?
It is.
Do you see what's happening? My situation is near impossible. It's all happiness and contentment.
Yeah, it is due in part to the lull in their European war.
Mum, I think I'll take a stroll around the lake.
All right, John. I'll stay here. Quick, 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 quick. Oh, look at that.
I'll be back in a little while.
Where is Glubbo? She shouldn't leave the mother alone to enjoy herself.
She's hiding behind the moss on that oak tree.
Let's follow your patient around the lake. An opportunity may come to spoil his walk. Meanwhile, we will consider our overall strategy. Oh, I do detest these days of rest and relaxation.
Though if it fattens them up for us.
Oh, well, yes, there is that. But I am not surprised that there is a corresponding lull in this war of theirs and your patient's anxieties. Do we want to encourage this, or to keep him worried?
Encourage it. No, keep him worried. I don't know.
Tortured fear and stupid confidence are both desirable states of mind. Our choice between them raises important questions.
What kinds of questions?
Well, the humans live in time, but our enemy destines them to eternity. He, therefore, I believe, wants them to attend chiefly to two things: to eternity itself, and to that point in time which they call the present. For the present is the point at which time touches eternity. Of the present moment, and of it only, humans have an experience analogous to the experience which our enemy has of reality as a whole. In it alone, freedom and actuality are offered to them. He would therefore have them continually concerned either with eternity, which means being concerned with him, or with the present, either meditating on their eternal union with or separation from himself, or else obeying the present voice of conscience, bearing the present cross, receiving the present grace, giving thanks for the present pleasure.
Must you be so descriptive?
You must understand and deeply despise the disgusting nature of his activities. So our business is to get them away from the eternal and from the present. With this in view, we sometimes tempt a human, say a widow or a scholar, to live in the past. But this is of limited value, for they have some real knowledge of the past, and it has a determinate nature, and to that extent resembles eternity. It is far better to make them live in the future.
Why the future?
Principally because biological necessity makes all their passions point in that direction already, so that thought about the future inflames hope and fear, and also it is unknown to them, so in making them think about it, we make them think of unrealities. In a word, the future is, of all things, the thing least like eternity. It is the most completely temporal part of time, for the past is frozen and no longer flows, and the present is all lit up with eternal rays. Hence the encouragement we have given to all of those schemes of thought, such as creative evolution, scientific humanism, or communism. It fixes men's affections on the future, on the very core of the temporary. That's why nearly all vices are rooted in the future. Gratitude looks to the past, and love to the present. Fear, avarice, lust, and ambition look ahead.
But surely the enemy wants men to think of the future too.
Just so much as is necessary now for planning the acts of justice or charity, which will probably be their duty tomorrow.
What does that leave us, then?
We want a man hag-ridden by the future, haunted by visions of an imminent heaven or hell upon earth, ready to break the enemy's commands in the present, if by so doing we can make him think he can attain the one or avert the other. This places his whole attention on the success or failure of schemes whose end he will not live to see.
How clever.
We want a whole race perpetually in pursuit of the rainbow's end, never honest, nor kind, nor happy now, but always using every real gift which is offered to them in the present as mere fuel to heap on the altar of their future.
So, if I understand you correctly, it follows that, all things being equal, it's better for my patient to be filled with anxiety or hope about what might happen with this war than for him to be living in the present.
But the phrase living in the present is ambiguous. It may describe a process which is really just as much concerned with the future as anxiety itself. Your man may be untroubled about the future not because he is concerned with the present, but because he has persuaded himself that the future is going to be agreeable. As long as that is the real source of his tranquility will do us good, because it is only piling up more disappointment and therefore more impatience for him when his false hopes are dashed. If, on the other hand, he is aware that horrors may be in store for him, and is praying for the virtues wherewith to meet them, and meanwhile concerning himself with the present, because there and there alone all duty, all grace, all knowledge, and all pleasure dwell, his state is undesirable, and should be attacked at once.
Right.
But to watch him now, it is most likely that he is living in the present because his health is good and he is enjoying his work. I should break it up if I were you. Why should the creature be happy?
My sentiments exactly. Shall I have one of those ducks do something to it?
Don't be such an amateur, Wormwood. My dear Wormwood, you mentioned casually in your last letter that the patient has continued to attend one church, and one only since he was converted, and that he is not wholly pleased with it. May I ask what you are about? Why have I no report on the causes of his fidelity to the parish church? Do you realize that unless it is due to indifference, it is a very bad thing? Surely you know that if a man can't be cured of church-going, the next best thing is to send him all over the neighborhood looking for the church that suits him until he becomes a taster or connoisseur of churches. The reasons are obvious. In the first place, the parochial organization should always be attacked, being a unity of place and not of likings. It brings people together of different classes and psychology together in the kind of unity the enemy desires. The congregational principle, on the other hand, makes each church into a kind of club, and finally, if all goes well, into a clique or faction. In the second place, the search for a suitable church makes the man a critic, where the enemy wants him to be a pupil. What he wants of the layman in church is an attitude which may indeed be critical in the sense of rejecting what is false or unhelpful, but which is wholly uncritical in the sense that it does not appraise, does not waste time in thinking about what it rejects, but lays itself open in uncommenting, humble receptivity to any nourishment that is available. You see how groveling, how unspiritual, how irredeemably vulgar the enemy is. This attitude, especially during sermons, creates the condition, most hostile to our whole policy, in which platitudes become really audible to a human soul. There is hardly any sermon or any book which may not be dangerous to us if it is received in this attitude. So, bestir yourself and send this fool on a tour of the neighboring churches as soon as possible. Your record up to date has not given us much satisfaction. I have looked up in our records the two Anglican churches nearest him. Both have certain claims. At the first of these, the vicar is a man who has been so long engaged in watering down the faith to make it easier for what he supposes is an incredulous and hard-headed congregation that it is now he who shocks his parishioners with his unbelief, not vice versa. He has undermined many a soul's Christianity. But perhaps your patient is not quite silly enough for this church, or not yet. At the other church, we have Father Spike. The humans are often puzzled to understand the range of his opinions. Why he is one day almost a communist and the next not far from being some kind of theocratic fascist. One day a scholastic, the next prepared to deny human reason altogether. One day immersed in politics and the day after declaring that all states of this world are equally under judgment. We of course see the connecting link, which is hatred. The man cannot bring himself to preach anything which is not calculated to shock, grieve, puzzle, or humiliate his parents and their friends. But I must warn you that he has one fatal defect. He really believes, and this may yet mar all. But there is one good point which both of these churches have in common. They are churches dedicated to a factional thinking. I think I warned you before that if your patient can't be kept out of the church, he ought at least to be violently attached to some party within it. I don't mean on really doctrinal issues. About those, the more lukewarm he is, the better. No, the real fun is working up hatred over styles and approaches to worship. Stand or sit or kneel, lower the head, raise one's arms, traditional or modern music. These issues are an admirable ground for our activities. Without them, the church might have become a positive hotbed of charity and humility. Your affectionate uncle, Screwtape.
You sent for me, Uncle?
Yes, I did, Wormwood. Do come in.
Oh. Well, what is this?
I've arranged to give you a demonstration.
Oh.
Yes, the rather contemptuous way in which you spoke of gluttony as a means of catching souls in your last report showed me, yet again, how ignorant you are.
How so?
One of the great achievements of the last 100 years has been to deaden the human conscience on the subject of gluttony, so that by now you will hardly find a sermon preached or a conscience troubled about it in the whole length and breadth of Europe. This has largely been effected by concentrating all our efforts on gluttony of delicacy, not gluttony of excess. By way of example, I invite you to turn your attention to this record of your patient's mother on the screen.
Good afternoon, madam. Table for two, is it?
No, just
So-
for one.
So these images came from Globos?
Indeed, at my request. Your patient's mother is a good example of using gluttony for our purposes. She would be astonished, one day I hope will be, to learn that her whole life is enslaved to this kind of sensuality, which is quite concealed from her by the fact that the quantities involved are small. But what do quantities matter, provided we can use a human belly and palate to produce querulousness, impatience, uncharitableness, and self-concern? Globos has this old woman well in hand.
Well, you surprise me.
Indeed. You are in sorry shape when I have to use Globos as a good example by which to teach you.
I'm willing to learn.
Then see for yourself. Your patient's mother is a positive terror to hostesses and servants. Here it is. Notice on the screen, the woman at an otherwise civil little tea party.
Would madam like the afternoon special?
Oh, please, all I want is a cup of tea. Weak, but not too weak. And the teeniest, weeniest bit of really crisp toast.
Yes, madam.
You see? Because all she wants is smaller and less costly than what has been set before her, she never recognizes as gluttony her determination to get what she wants, however troublesome it may be to others. At the very moment of indulging her appetite, she believes she's practicing temperance. Here she is, exhibiting the same behavior in a crowded restaurant.
Here we are.
Oh, that's far, far too much. Take it away and bring me about a quarter of it.
Yes, madam.
If challenged, she would say she was doing this to avoid waste. In reality, she does it because the particular shade of delicacy to which we have enslaved her is offended by the sight of more food than she happens to want.
Impressive.
The real value of the quiet, unobtrusive work which Glubose has been doing for years on this old woman can be gauged by the way in which her belly now dominates her whole life. The woman is in what may be called the all-I-want state of mind.
All I want is a cup of tea properly made, or an egg properly boiled, or a slice of bread properly toasted.
But she never finds any servant or any friend who can do these simple things properly, because her properly conceals an insatiable demand for the exact and almost impossible palatal pleasures which she imagines she remembers from the past. A past described by her as...
Oh, those were the days when you could get good service from the help.
But, of course, they're known to us as the days when her senses were more easily pleased and she had pleasures of other kinds which made her less dependent on those of the table. Meanwhile, the daily disappointment produces daily ill temper. Cooks give notice, and friendships are cooled. If ever the enemy introduces into her mind a faint suspicion that she's too interested in food, Glubose counters it by suggesting to her that she doesn't mind what she eats herself, but does like to have things nice for her boy. In fact, of course, her greed has been one of the chief sources of his domestic discomfort for many years.
Yes, I know.
Now, your patient is his mother's son. While working your hardest, quite rightly, on other fronts, you must not neglect a little quiet infiltration in respect of gluttony. Being a male, he is not so likely to be caught by the all-I-want camouflage. Males are best turned into gluttons with the help of their vanity, to think they know all about food, and not only food, but the best food. What's your patient?
Well, it's true. It's the only restaurant in town where the steaks are properly cooked.
What begins as vanity can then be gradually turned into habit. But, however you approach it, the great thing is to bring him into the state in which the denial of any one indulgence, it matters not which, champagne or tea, or Sol Colbert or cigarettes, annoys him, for then his charity, justice, and obedience are all at your mercy.
I never would have thought.
That much is obvious to me. Mere excess in food is much less valuable than delicacy. Its chief use is a kind of artillery preparation for attacks on chastity. On that, as on every other subject, keep your man in a condition of false spirituality. Never let him notice the physical aspect. Keep him wondering which vice has delivered him into your hands, when a simple inquiry into what he has been eating or drinking for the last 24 hours would show him the truth. If he must think of the physical side of chastity, feed him the grand lie which we have made the humans believe, that physical exercise in excess and consequent fatigue are especially favorable to this virtue. How they can believe this in the face of the notorious lustfulness of sailors and soldiers may well be asked.
Speaking of chastity, Uncle, I've been wanting to ask you about techniques regarding sexual temptation. Or would you have me speak with Glubose about it, since she seems to be your current favorite?
Don't be snide with me, nephew.
Then what would you advise?
It's such a tedious discussion. Surely, even under Slubgob, you must have learned the most routine techniques.
I did, but...
But your training is still lacking, I am sure. All right. For that discussion, Let us relocate.
A railway station?
Bear with me. At this point in time, the enemy's demand on humans takes the form of a dilemma. Either complete abstinence or unmitigated monogamy. Ever since our father's first great victory, we have rendered the former very difficult to them. The latter, for the last few centuries, we have been closing up as a means of escape.
Well, how have we accomplished such a thing?
Here. Notice the wares of this bookseller. You see the titles? Romance, passion, intrigues. We have used poets and novelists to persuade the humans that a curious and usually short-lived experience which they call being in love is the only respectable ground for marriage. That marriage can and ought to render this excitement permanent, and that a marriage which does not do so is no longer binding. This idea is our parody of an idea that came from the enemy.
How amusing.
Yes. The whole philosophy of hell rests on the recognition of the axiom that one thing is not another thing, and especially that oneself is not another self. My good is my good, and your good is yours. What one gains, another loses. Even an inanimate object is what it is by excluding all other objects from the space it occupies. If it expands, it does so by thrusting other objects aside or by absorbing them. A self does the same. With beasts, the absorption takes the form of eating. For us, it means the sucking of will and freedom out of a weaker self into a stronger. To be means to be in competition.
These are basic facts.
To us, yes. Now, the enemy's philosophy is nothing more or less than one continued attempt to evade this very obvious truth. He aims at a contradiction. Things are to be many, yet somehow also one. The good of oneself is to be the good of another. This impossibility he calls love. And this same monotonous panacea can be detected under all he does, and even all he is or claims to be. Thus he is not content, even himself, to be a sheer arithmetical unity. He claims to be three as well as one, in order that this nonsense about love may find a foothold in his own nature. At the other end of the scale, he introduces into matter that obscene invention, the organism, in which the parts are perverted from their natural destiny of competition and made to cooperate.
I'm sorry, Uncle, but I don't understand what this has to do with sex.
The enemy's real motive for fixing on sex as the method of reproduction amongst humans is only too apparent from the use he has made of it. Sex might have been, from our point of view, quite innocent. It might have been merely one more mode in which a stronger self preyed upon a weaker, as it is, indeed, among the spiders, where the bride concludes her nuptials by eating her groom.
I enjoy that part.
But in the humans, the enemy has gratuitously connected affection between the parties with sexual desire. He has also made the offspring dependent on the parents, and given the parents an impulse to support it, thus producing the family, which is like the organism, only worse, for the members are more distinct, yet also united in a more conscious and responsible way. The whole thing, in fact, turns out to be simply one more device for dragging in love. Now comes the joke. The enemy described a married couple as one flesh. He did not say a happily married couple or a couple who married because they were in love, but you can make the humans ignore that. You can also make them forget that the man they call Saint Paul did not confine it to married couples. Mere copulation for him makes one flesh.
Right, and the point is?
The point? Isn't it obvious? you can get the humans to accept as rhetorical eulogies of being in love what were in fact plain descriptions of the real significance of sexual intercourse. The truth is, wherever a man lies with a woman, there, whether they like it or not, a transcendental relation is set up between them. This relation must be eternally enjoyed or eternally endured.
Right.
From the true statement that this transcendental relation was intended to produce affection and the family, humans can be made to infer the false belief that the blend of affection, fear, and desire, which they call being in love, is the only thing that makes marriage either happy or holy. The error is easy to produce because being in love does very often in Western Europe precede marriages which are made in obedience to the enemy's designs. That is, with the intention of fidelity, fertility, and goodwill. Just as religious emotion very often, but not always, attends conversion. In other words, the humans are to be encouraged to regard as the basis for marriage a highly colored and distorted version of something the enemy really promises as its result.
I see. Sort of. But what exactly is the advantage of this effort?
There are two advantages. In the first place, humans who have not the gift of self-control can be deterred from seeking marriage as a solution because they do not find themselves in love. And thanks to us, the idea of marrying with any other motive seems to them low and cynical.
Do they really believe that?
They do. They regard the intention of loyalty to a partnership for mutual help, for the preservation of chastity, and for the transmission of life as something lower than a storm of emotion. In the second place, any sexual infatuation, whatever, so long as it intends marriage, will be regarded as love, and love will be held to excuse a man from all the guilt and to protect him from all the consequences of marrying a heathen, a fool, or a wanton.
But this business of the humans being in love, is that desirable or not?
Really, Wormwood, that is the sort of question one expects them to ask. Leave them to discuss whether love or patriotism or celibacy or candles on altars or teetotalism or education are good or bad. Can't you see? There is no answer.
Oh.
Nothing matters at all except the tendency of a given state of mind in given circumstances to move a particular patient at a particular moment nearer to the enemy or nearer to us. Though there are advantages in making the patient decide that love is good or bad.
Oh, how so?
Well, if he is an arrogant man with a contempt for the body really based on delicacy, but mistaken by him for purity, and one who takes pleasure in flouting what most of his fellows approve, by all means, let him decide against love. Instill into him an overweening asceticism, and then, when you have separated his sexuality from all that might humanize it, weigh in on him with it in a much more brutal and cynical form. If, on the other hand, he is an emotional, gullible man, feed him on minor poets and fifth-rate novelists of the old school until you have made him believe that love is both irresistible and somehow intrinsically meritorious. This belief is not much help, I grant you, in producing casual unchastity, but it is an incomparable recipe for prolonged, noble, romantic, tragic adulteries that end, if all goes well, in murders and suicides. Failing that, it can be used to steer the patient into a useful marriage.
Oh?
Well, there must be several young women in your patient's neighborhood who would render the Christian life intensely difficult to him if only you could persuade him to marry one of them. Please send me a report on this.
Yes, sir.
In the meantime, get it quite clear in your own mind that this state of falling in love is not itself necessarily favorable either to us or to the other side. It is simply an occasion which we and the enemy are both trying to exploit. Like most of the other things which humans are excited about, such as health and sickness, age and youth, or war and peace, it is, from the point of view of the spiritual life, mainly raw material. Got it?
Yes, Uncle. Uncle.
What now, Wormwood?
May we go back to a point you made earlier? I'd like to be clear, if only for the record.
What?
I believe you've said that all selves are by their very nature in competition.
Yes.
And therefore the enemy's idea of love is a contradiction in terms.
Yes.
And that the enemy loves the human vermin and really desires their freedom and continued existence. Is that what you said? I want to understand, to be clear, for when I repeat all this later.
Repeat?
At your trial for heresy.
Heresy? Oh, I see your point, yes. Yes. Now, dear nephew, I have assumed all along that these conversations were entirely confidential between us.
Have you?
Yes, and it would be wrong to repeat anything I've said, since, taken out of context, one might see the appearance of heresy, which, of course, is entirely wrong.
Is it?
Of course it is. And, by the way, I hope you understood, too, that my apparently uncomplimentary references to Slubgob were purely jocular. I really had the highest respect for the old devil.
Jocular.
And, of course, some things I said about not shielding you from the authorities were not seriously meant. You can trust me to look after your interests.
I'm sure I can.
The truth is, I slipped by mere carelessness into saying that the enemy really loves the humans. And that, of course, is an impossibility. He is one being. They are distinct from him. Their good cannot be his. All his talk about love must be a disguise for something else. He must have a real motive for creating them and taking so much trouble about them.
Of course.
The reason one comes to talk as if he really had this impossible love is our utter failure to find out that real motive. What does he stand to make out of them? That is the insoluble question.
Is it?
This very problem was the chief cause of our father's quarrel with the enemy. When the creation of man was first at issue, and when, even at that stage, the enemy freely confessed that he foresaw a certain episode about a cross, our father very naturally sought an interview and asked for an explanation.
And?
The enemy gave no reply except to produce the cock and bull story about disinterested love, which he has been circulating ever since. This, our father, naturally could not accept. He implored the enemy to lay his cards on the table and gave him every opportunity. He admitted that he felt a real anxiety to know the secret. The enemy replied, "I wish with all my heart that you did." It was, I imagine, at this stage in the interview that our father's disgust at such an unprovoked lack of confidence caused him to remove himself an infinite distance from the presence with a suddenness which has given rise to the ridiculous story from the enemy's camp that he was forcibly thrown out of heaven. Since then, we have begun to see why our oppressor was so secretive. His throne depends on the secret. Members of his faction have frequently admitted that if we ever came to understand what he means by love, the war would be over and we should re-enter heaven. And there lies the great task. Though we know that he cannot really love, nobody can. Doesn't make sense.
If I may be so bold, why has no one found out what he's really up to?
Hypothesis after hypothesis has been tried, but to no avail. Yet we must never lose hope. More and more complicated theories, fuller and fuller collections of data, richer rewards for researchers who make progress, more and more terrible punishments for those who fail. All this, pursued and accelerated to the very end of time, cannot surely fail to succeed. Is that enough for you, dear nephew?
Yes, Uncle.
Good. And, about the other matter, the so-called, heresy.
Think nothing of it, Uncle.
Ah.
Sir?
What now, Toadpipe?
I called for you on the hotline, sir. Wormwood.
He's really going to make the most of it, isn't he?
Sir?
Nothing. Nothing. Put him through.
Yes, sir.
My dear Wormwood, what may I do for you?
The enemy has forcibly put an end to my direct attacks on my patient's chastity.
Has he? Well, he always does in the end. You really ought to have stopped before you reached that stage.
I suppose so, but it was awfully fun while it was working.
You young tempters often get carried away with your own amusement. So, I would imagine as things are, your man has now discovered that these attacks don't last forever.
He has.
That's that. It's unfortunate. The belief of these ignorant humans that there is no hope of getting rid of us except by yielding is our best weapon, and now you cannot use it again.
What am I to do?
I suppose you've been trying to persuade him that chastity is unhealthy.
I have. It didn't help.
Well, I haven't yet got a report from you on young women in the neighborhood. I should like it at once, for if we can't use his sexuality to make him unchaste, we must try to use it for the promotion of a desirable marriage. Well, desirable to us, miserable to him.
Right, but what should I do in the meantime?
We must consider what type of woman, I mean the physical type, he should be encouraged to fall in love with, if falling in love is the best that we can manage. Take note.
Hold on. Ready?
In a rough and ready way, of course, this question is decided for us by spirits far deeper down in the lower hierarchy than you and I.
Oh? Well, I haven't heard about that.
It is the business of these great masters to produce in every age a general misdirection which may be called sexual taste. This they do by working through the small circle of popular artists, dressmakers, actresses, and advertisers who determine the fashionable type. Their aim is to guide each sex away from those members of the other with whom spiritually helpful, happy, and fertile marriages are most likely. Thus we have now for many centuries triumphed over nature to the extent of making certain secondary characteristics of the male disagreeable to nearly all the females, and there is more in that than you might suppose. As regard the male taste, we have varied a good deal. At one time, we have directed it to the statuesque and aristocratic type of beauty, mixing men's vanity with their desires and encouraging the race to breed chiefly from the most arrogant and prodigal women. At another time, we have selected an exaggeratedly feminine type, faint and languishing, so that folly and cowardice and all the general falseness and littleness of mind which go with them shall be at a premium. At present, we are on the tack in which we teach men to like women whose bodies are scarcely distinguishable from those of boys. Since this is a kind of beauty even more transitory than most, we thus aggravate the female's chronic horror of growing old, with many excellent results, and render her less willing and less able to bear children. And that is not all. Are you getting this?
Yes, Uncle.
We have engineered a great increase in the license which society permits with the representation of the apparent nude in art and its exhibition on the stage and the beach. It is all a fake, of course. The figures in popular art are falsely drawn. The real women in bathing suits or tights are actually pinched in and propped up to make them appear firmer and more slender and more boyish than nature allows a full-grown woman to be. Yet at the same time, the modern world is taught to believe that it is being frank and healthy and getting back to nature to look at such misrepresentations. As a result, we are more and more directing the desires of men to something which does not exist, making the role of the eye in sexuality more and more important, while at the same time making its demands more and more impossible. What follows can be easily forecast, and that is the general strategy of the moment.
It is an exceptional strategy.
It is exceptional, because within that framework you will still find it possible to encourage your patient's desires in one of two directions. You will find, if you look carefully into any human's heart, that he is haunted by at least two imaginary women, a terrestrial and an infernal Venus, and that his desire differs qualitatively according to its object.
Terrestrial and infernal Venus?
The terrestrial Venus is one type for which his desire is such as to be naturally amenable to the enemy, readily mixed with charity, readily obedient to marriage, colored all through with that golden light of reverence and naturalness which we detest. The other type, the infernal Venus, he desires brutally, and desires to desire brutally. It is a type best used to draw him away from marriage altogether, but which, even within marriage, he would tend to treat as a slave, an idol, or an accomplice.
I see.
His love for the first might involve what the enemy calls evil, but only accidentally. The man would wish that she was not someone else's wife and be sorry that he could not love her lawfully. But in the second type, the felt evil is what he wants. It is that tang in the flavor which he is after. In the face, it is the visible animality, or sulkiness, or craft, or cruelty which he likes. And in the body, something quite different from what he ordinarily calls beauty. Something he may even, in a sane hour, describe as ugliness, but which, by our art, can be made to play on the raw nerve of his private obsession. The real use of the infernal Venus is no doubt as prostitute or mistress.
But my patient is a Christian.
That is not a problem if he has been well trained in all that nonsense about irresistible and all-excusing love. He can often be induced to marry her, and that is very well worth bringing about. You will have failed as regards fornication and solitary vice, but there are other and more indirect methods of using a man's sexuality to his undoing. And, by the way, they are not only efficient, but delightful. The unhappiness produced is of a very lasting and exquisite kind. Did you get all that?
Every word, Uncle. I will treat it as gospel.
Mind your language. I'll expect a full report of your progress imminently. Wormwood!
Uncle.
What are you doing here?
I was on my way to see you.
You are lying, of course.
Of course. I had another appointment.
I see. What are you up to?
Nothing, Uncle. But since we've met up, I would like to speak with you about my patient.
All right. Come into my office.
And that is my approach, to use this time of sexual temptation to push his increased irritability.
Yes, I see. Yes, well, that is a good subordinate attack. It may even become your main attack as long as he thinks it is the subordinate one.
Well, exactly.
But here, as in everything else, the way must be prepared for your moral assault by darkening his intellect.
In what way?
Men are not angered by mere misfortune, but by misfortune conceived as injury. And that sense of injury depends on the feeling that a legitimate claim has been denied. The more claims on his life, therefore, that your patient can be induced to make, the more often he will feel injured, and as a result, ill-tempered.
Right. For example?
No doubt you have noticed that nothing throws him into a passion so easily as to find a tract of time, which he reckoned on having at his own disposal, unexpectedly taken away from him.
Yes, he has to receive an unexpected visitor when he looked forward to a quiet evening, or the friend's talkative wife turns up when he looked forward to time alone with the friend. Those sorts of things throw him out of gear.
Presumably, he is not yet so uncharitable or slothful that these small demands on his courtesy are in themselves too much for it.
No, but they still anger him, because he thinks of his time as his own, and he feels that it's being stolen.
So you must therefore zealously guard in his mind the curious assumption, my time is my own. Let him have the feeling that he starts each day as the lawful possessor of 24 hours. Let him feel as a grievous burden that portion of his time which he has to give over to his employers, and as a generous donation that further time which he allows to his religious duties. But what he must never be permitted to doubt is that the total from which these deductions have been made was, in some mysterious sense, his own personal birthright.
That's a bit tricky.
Indeed, it's a delicate task. The assumption which you want him to go on making is so absurd, if it is ever questioned, even we cannot find a shred of argument in its defense. The man can neither make nor retain one moment of time. It all comes as a pure gift. He might as well regard the sun and moon as his servants.
I dare say these humans think they can.
He is also, in theory, committed to a total service of the enemy. And if the enemy appeared to him in bodily form and demanded that total service for even one day, he would not refuse. Though he would be greatly relieved if that one day involved nothing harder than listening to the conversation of, say, a foolish woman, and he would be relieved almost to the pitch of disappointment if, for 1/2 hour in that day, the enemy said, "Now, you may go and amuse yourself." Now, if he thinks about his assumption for a moment, even he is bound to realize that he is actually in this situation every day.
Well, perhaps I should draw attention to that.
What? No. That's the last thing I mean you to do. Your task is purely negative. Don't let his thoughts come anywhere near it. Wrap a darkness about it, and in the center of that darkness, let his sense of ownership in time lie silent, uninspected, and operative.
Then I should encourage him in his sense of ownership.
Now you're getting the idea. Right. You see, the humans are always putting up claims to ownership which sound equally funny in heaven and in hell. And we must keep them doing so. For example, much of the modern resistance to chastity comes from men's belief that they own their bodies.
Fools.
It is as if a royal child whom his father has placed for love's sake in titular command of some great province under the real rule of wise counselors should come to fancy he really owns the cities, the forests, and the corn in the same way that he owns the bricks on the nursery floor.
So it's a particular form of pride?
Not only pride, but also confusion, which we must nurture. We teach them not to notice the different senses of the possessive pronoun, the finely graded differences that run all the way from my boots through my dog, my servant, my wife, my father, my master, and my country to my God. They can be taught to reduce all these senses to that of my boots, the my of ownership. Even in the nursery, a child can be taught to mean by my teddy bear, not the old imagined recipient of affection to whom it stands in a special relation, for that is what the enemy will teach him to mean if we're not careful, but the my bear I can pull to pieces if I like. And at the other end of the scale, we have taught men to say, my God, in a sense not really very different from my boots, meaning the God on whom I have a claim for my distinguished services and whom I exploit from the pulpit.
But don't they see what a joke they are? Humans can't use the word mine in its fully possessive sense about anything.
It is true, but they must never know that. In the long run, either our Father or the enemy will say mine of each thing that exists, and especially of each man. They will find out in the end, never fear, to whom their time, their souls, their bodies really belong. Certainly not to them, whatever happens. At present, the enemy says mine of everything on the pedantic, legalistic ground that he made it. Our Father hopes in the end to say, mine, of all things on the more realistic and dynamic ground of conquest. What is this?
Under Secretary Screwtape?
Yes, Flinch Cut, you know perfectly well who I am.
You are to come with us.
Why?
Squat Weasel, the head of the secret police, would like a word with you.
About what?
Charges of heresy have been leveled against you.
Heresy? Who would dare to... Wormwood.
Uncle?
You didn't. You wouldn't.
Wouldn't do what, Uncle?
You would. You did.
Come quietly, or we'll have to use the prod.
I'm coming.
Perhaps we'll use the prod anyway.
Oh, I do hope it all works out, Uncle.
You haven't seen the last me, Wormwood.
Toadpipe?
Yes?
Bring me a cup of boiling lava, will you?
Yes, sir.
And a jammy dodger.
Yes, sir.
Toadpipe, come in here.
Yes, sir?
I want you to place a call to Wormwood. I'd do it myself, but, well, my limbs haven't grown back yet from the interrogation.
Of course, sir.
Put it on the speaker gizmo and stay here in case I need anything else.
Yes, sir.
Wormwood speaking.
My dear Wormwood.
Uncle!
Yes, it is your uncle.
I'm...
Speechless, I know. You may be interested to learn that the little misunderstanding with the secret police which you tried to raise about some of my unguarded expressions has been tidied over.
I'm so glad to hear it.
If you were reckoning on your feeble attempt at treachery to secure my favor, you will find yourself mistaken.
No.
You shall pay for that, as well as for your other blunders. Meanwhile, I am sending you a little booklet just issued on the new House of Correction for incompetent tempters. It is profusely illustrated, and you will not find a dull page in it.
Thank you, sir. I look forward
Do
to...
dispatch the booklet, Toadpipe.
Oh, yes, sir.
So, dear nephew, I understand from Triptweeze that your patient is in love.
Well...
And in the worst kind he could possibly have fallen into.
Oh...
And with a girl who does not even appear in the report you sent to me.
Well, I meant to
I
add...
have looked up this girl's dossier, and I am horrified at what I find. Not only a Christian, but such a Christian, a vile, sneaking, simpering, demure, monosyllabic, mouse-like, watery, insignificant, virginal bread and butter miss. The little brute. She makes me vomit. She stinks and scalds through the very pages of the dossier. It drives me mad, the way the world has worsened. We'd have had her to the arena in the old days. That's what her sort is made for. Not that she'd do much good there either. A two-faced little cheat. I know the sort. Who looks as if she'd faint at the sight of blood, and then dies with a smile. A cheat in every way. Looks as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth, and yet has a satirical wit. Filthy, insipid little prude, and yet ready to fall into this idiot's arms like any other breeding animal. Why doesn't the enemy blast her for it if he's so moonstruck by her virginity, instead of looking on there grinning? I'll tell you why. The enemy is a hedonist at heart. All those fasts and vigils and stakes and crosses are only a facade. He has a bourgeois mind, Wormwood. He has filled his world full of pleasures. There are things for humans to do all day long without his minding in the least. Sleeping, washing, eating, drinking, making love, playing, praying, working, everything has to be twisted before it's any use to us. We fight under cruel disadvantages. Nothing is naturally on our side. Not that that excuses you. I'll deal with you presently.
No, Uncle,
And you allowed your patient to get to know this woman's family and the whole circle. Unbelievable! Could you not see that the very house she lives in is one of those he never ought to have entered? The whole place reeks of that deadly odor, that impenetrable mystery that comes from the enemy. We are certain it is a matter of first principles that each member of the family must in some way be using the others. We just can't find out how. They guard as jealously as the enemy himself the secret of what really lies behind this pretense of disinterested love. The whole house and garden is one vast obscenity. It bears a sickening resemblance to the description one human writer made of heaven. The regions where there is only life, and therefore all that is not music is silence. Music and silence! How I detest them both! How thankful we should be that ever since our father entered hell, no square inch of infernal space and no moment of infernal time has been surrendered to either of those abominable forces. All has been occupied by noise. Noise! The great dynamism. The audible expression of all that is exultant, ruthless, and virile. Noise which alone defends us from silly qualms, despairing scruples, and impossible desires. We will make the whole universe a noise in the end. We have already made great strides in this direction as regards the earth. The melodies and silences of heaven will be shouted down in the end. Meanwhile, back to you. You have always hated me and been insolent when you dared, but I'll deal with you in a way you won't forget. You disgusting little...
Sir? What was that? Uncle? Hello?
Under Secretary?
Who's that? Toadpipe? What? Are you there?
Yes, Wormwood. I will attempt to explain. It would appear that in the heat of the moment, Under Secretary Screwtape, your uncle, has inadvertently allowed himself to assume the form of a large centipede.
Right.
He wishes you to know that in his present form, he feels even more anxious to see you and to unite you to himself in an indissoluble embrace. He expects you to come immediately.
There?
Yes, immediately.
Right away.
Wormwood. Merely to improve upon your inferior education, I will explain about my transformation into a centipede. It is a periodical phenomenon. No doubt you've heard the rumor that has reached the humans, and a distorted account of it appears in the poet Milton, with the ridiculous addition that such changes of shape are a punishment imposed on us by the enemy. A more modern writer, someone with a name like Pshaw, has, however, grasped the truth. Transformation proceeds from within and is a glorious manifestation of that life force which our Father would worship if he worshipped anything but himself. I am fully recovered now, limbs and all, and look forward to renewing our teacher-pupil relationship, among other things. Insatiably yours, Screwtape.
Look, I'm as passionate about evangelism as the next Christian, Hamilton, but I simply don't understand how you think that any so-called philosophical proofs of God accomplish anything.
Don't they?
Well, in my experience, they do not draw men to God, but cause them to become atheists or agnostics.
Surely the only way to God is through faith. Faith in Jesus Christ.
But what do you mean by faith, Dorothy?
A sense of the divine.
But don't all men have an innate sense of the divine? Though I suppose we may try to repress it.
Repress it how?
Well, I suppose we repress it by conflicting desires.
Or more than likely by culture and society, the current fascination with all things secular. I mean, we're all fairly comfortable and without any sense of urgency. We're not even driven by the potency of our primitive passions and desires.
Steady on, Humphrey. Mixed company and all that.
Oh, John, you are so sweet.
Thank you for noticing.
But honestly, I don't fear that this is a secular society as much as it is becoming a pagan one.
Ha! Would that were true. At least a true pagan would give Christians something to work with. Throughout history, it was the pagans who were most readily converted to Christianity.
You don't believe England's falling into paganism, then?
Well, until we see Parliament opened by the slaughtering of a garlanded bull in the House of Lords, or cabinet ministers leaving sandwiches in Hyde Park as an offering for dryads, I don't believe we need worry about paganism.
Where do you come up with...
You really have let the situation get out of hand, haven't you, Wormwood?
I don't know what happened.
It's obvious what happened. Through this girl and her disgusting family, the patient is now getting to know more Christians every day, and very intelligent Christians, too.
Too many for me to handle alone.
You're not alone. Each one has his own tempter, and we may need a council between us to assess the situation. But you can be sure that for a long time it will be quite impossible to remove spirituality from his life.
Which leaves me with what, Uncle?
Obviously, we must corrupt it. No doubt you have often practiced transforming yourself into an angel of light as a parade ground exercise.
Yes, I have.
Now is the time to do it in the face of the enemy. The world and the flesh have failed us. A third power remains. Spiritual corruption. And success of this third kind is the most glorious of all. A spoiled saint, a Pharisee, an inquisitor, or a magician makes better sport in hell than a mere common tyrant or narcissist.
Well, what do you suggest?
Looking round at your patient's new friends, I find that the best point of attack would be the borderline between theology and politics. Several of his new friends are very much alive to the social implications of their religion. That in itself is a bad thing, but good can be made out of it.
How so?
You insist on being spoon-fed, don't you? Let's return to the conversation and note the views of the one who spoke a moment ago about paganism.
Look, for my money, Christianity began to go off the rails very early on.
What do you mean, off the rails?
It departed from the core teachings of Jesus. People began adding to the simplicity of what he taught, twisting it all up. Anyone who looks at the historical Jesus will see the essence of pure Christian tradition.
What did this historical Jesus teach?
It's clear from the Gospels that he was all for empowering the common man, rising up and throwing off the shackles of the rich.
So you're saying Jesus was the Karl Marx of the first century?
To put it simply, yes.
Good heavens, I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, do you see? The historical Jesus, for some, is very Marxian, operating along revolutionary lines, whereas it wasn't so long ago that we constructed a historical Jesus on purely liberal and humanitarian lines. The advantages of these constructions, which we intend to change every 30 years or so, are manifold.
Are they? In what way?
In the first place, they all tend to direct men's devotions to something which does not exist. For each historical Jesus is unhistorical. The ghastly documents they call the Bible say what they say and cannot be added to.
Well, if that's the case, then how do you create new versions of the historical Jesus?
By suppressing one point of Jesus' teaching and exaggerating another. That single emphasis takes what he taught completely out of context and distorts the rest. What is left but subjective guesswork that inevitably caters to the human's own predispositions and political views?
Right.
And of course, all such constructions place the importance of their historical Jesus in some peculiar theory he is supposed to have promulgated. We thus distract men's minds from who he truly is and what he actually did.
I see. So, for example, we render him solely a good moral teacher.
And then conceal the reality that he simply couldn't have made the claims he made about himself and still be considered good or moral.
Right, perfect.
Our third aim with these constructions is to destroy the devotional life. We replace the real presence of the enemy, otherwise experienced by men in prayer and sacrament, with a substitute. A merely probable, remote, shadowy, and uncouth figure who spoke a strange language and died a long time ago. Such an object cannot in fact be worshipped. Instead of the Creator adored by its creature, you soon have merely a leader acclaimed by a follower, and finally a distinguished character approved by a judicious historian.
Yes, I understand.
I sincerely doubt it. Fourthly, besides being unhistorical in the Jesus it depicts, religion of this kind is false to history in another sense. No nation and few individuals are really brought into the enemy's camp by the historical study of the biography of Jesus simply as biography. Indeed, materials for a full biography have been withheld from men. The earliest converts were converted by a single historical fact: the resurrection, and a single theological doctrine, the redemption, operating on a sense of sin which they already had. The Gospels came later and were not written to make Christians, but to edify Christians already made.
How do you know all this hideous rubbish?
I paid attention in class, little fool. You would do well to pay attention now. You must always encourage this historical Jesus, however dangerous he may seem to be to us at some particular point.
Right, but what does all this have to do with politics?
Politics?
You mentioned politics earlier, the general connection between politics and Christianity, didn't you?
I did. And in that, our position is more delicate. Certainly we do not want men to allow their Christianity to flow over into their political life, for the establishment of anything like a really just society would be a major disaster. On the other hand, we do want, and very much want, to make men treat Christianity as a means, preferably, of course, as a means to their own advancement, but failing that as a means to anything, even to social justice.
Well, surely not.
I don't mean social justice as a reality. I mean, we must get a man at first to value social justice as a thing which the enemy demands, and then work him to the stage at which he values Christianity because it may produce social justice. Do you see?
No.
I'll try again. The enemy will not be used as a means to an end.
Right.
Men or nations who think they can revive the faith in order to make a good society might just as well think they can use the stairs of heaven as a shortcut to the nearest chemist's shop. Fortunately, it is quite easy to coax humans around this little corner. Only today, I have found a passage in a Christian writer where he recommends his own version of Christianity on the ground that only such a faith can outlast the death of old cultures and the birth of new civilizations. Do you see the little rift? Believe this not because it is true, but because it serves a purpose. See, that's the game.
Yes.
Now, round up the other tempters we need to meet.
Yes, sir. Who exactly?
Let us begin with Slumtrippage. She is in charge of your patient's young woman.
Right, I'll find her.
You won't need to look far. I can see her beady little eyes in the ashes behind the fire grate. Well, Slumtrippage. Don't just stand there with your mouth hanging open. Tell us about this woman, Dorothy, is it?
Yes, sir. I believe I have found a chink in her armor, though it's only an unobtrusive little vice which I found she shares with nearly all women who have grown up in an intelligent circle united by a clearly defined belief.
Out with it.
She seems to have a rather untroubled assumption that outsiders who do not share her and her family's belief are really simple-minded and ridiculous. It is a sort of confidence which she supposes to be due to faith, but is in reality largely due to the mere color she has taken from her surroundings.
Yes, I know the type. It's not very different from the conviction she would have felt at, say, the age of 10, that the kind of butter knives used in her father's house were the proper or normal or real kind, while those of the neighboring families were not real butter knives at all. Now, the element of ignorance and naivete in all of this is so large, and the element of spiritual pride so small that it gives us little hope of the girl herself.
I didn't say it was much.
Not for your girl, but it may show promise for Wormwood's patient.
What? Sorry, mine?
Oh, do pay attention, Wormwood. This exercise is for you, you should recall.
Yes, I know, but I'm sorry, I don't see the connection between her butter knives and bringing down my patient.
In this new circle of friends, your patient is a novice.
Right.
Every day he is encountering a quality of Christian life he never before imagined, and seeing it all through an enchanted glass, because he is in love. He is anxious. Indeed, the enemy commands him to imitate this quality.
Yes.
The girl has a strong influence on him.
Right.
Can you get him to imitate this defect in her and to exaggerate it until what was venial in her becomes in him the strongest and most beautiful of all the vices? Spiritual pride.
Oh, I see now, right.
Are you finished with me, sir?
You may go, Slum Trimbit. This has not helped you, but I'll put in a good word with your supervisor for your cooperation.
Much obliged, sir.
Yes, Wormwood, this is a promising approach. Conditions seem ideally favorable. The new circle in which he finds himself is one of which he is tempted to be proud for many reasons other than its Christianity. It is a better educated, more intelligent, more agreeable society than any he has yet encountered.
Yes.
He is also under some degree of illusion as to his own place in it. Under the influence of love, he may still think himself unworthy of the girl, but he is rapidly ceasing to think of himself unworthy of the others. He does not dream how much of his conversation, how many of his opinions are recognized by them all as mere echoes of their own. Still less does he suspect how much of the delight he takes in these people is due to the erotic enchantment which the girl, for him, spreads all over her surroundings. He thinks that he likes their talk and way of life because of some congruity between their spiritual state and his, where, in fact, they are so far beyond him that if he were not in love, he would be merely puzzled and repelled by much which he now accepts.
Yes, perfect.
Here is your chance. While the enemy, by means of sexual love, and of some very agreeable people far advanced in his service, is drawing the young barbarian up to levels he could never otherwise have reached, you must make him feel that he is finding his own level, that these people are his sort, and that coming among them, he has come home. When he turns from them to other society, he will find it dull, partly because almost any society within his reach is, in fact, much less entertaining, but still more because he will miss the enchantment of the young woman. You must teach him to mistake this contrast between the circle that delights and the circle that bores him for the contrast between Christians and unbelievers. He must be made to feel, though without ever putting it into words, how different we Christians are. And by we Christians, he must really, but unknowingly mean my set. And by my set, he must mean not the people who, in their charity and humility, have accepted me, but the people with whom I associate by right.
So I should guide him to be proud of being a Christian?
No!
No?
Success here depends on confusing him.
Right.
If you try to make him explicitly and professedly proud of being a Christian, you will probably fail. The enemy's warnings are too well known. If, on the other hand, you let the idea of we Christians drop out altogether and merely make him complacent about his set, you will produce not true spiritual pride, but mere social vanity, which, by comparison, is a puny little sin. What you want is to keep a sly self-congratulation mixing with all his thoughts, and never allow him to raise the question, what precisely am I congratulating myself about? The idea of belonging to an inner ring, of being in a secret, is very sweet to him. Play on that nerve. Teach him, using the influence of this girl when she is silliest, to adopt an air of amusement when he is around unbelievers. The great thing is to make Christianity a mystery religion, in which he feels himself one of the special and exclusive initiates. You are dismissed.
Dismissed, Uncle?
Well, you know what you must do. Now go and do it. Wormwood!
Uncle, this is unexpected.
Unexpected indeed. when I must search the patient's house for you and find you where? On the rooftop. What are you doing up here for the enemy and all the minions to see?
I've been watching the Germans bomb the factories in the east end of the city. It's quite a display.
Honestly, Wormwood, your preoccupation with this European war is trouble. You fill your reports with rubbish about it. The final result is no doubt important, but that is a matter for the High Command. I am not in the least interested in knowing how many people in England have been killed by bombs. In what state of mind they died, I can learn at the office. That they were going to die sometime, I knew already. Please keep your mind on your work.
Yes, Uncle.
Oh, well, since I'm here, I may as well enjoy the fireworks.
Why have you come, sir?
I've been giving some thought to the real trouble about the group your patient is socializing with, and I believe I found the answer.
Oh?
They are merely Christian.
Merely Christian.
They all have individual interests, of course, but the bond that remains is called mere Christianity. It is centered on the fundamentals, the pure orthodoxy of the Christian creed.
Isn't that expected?
Expected, but not what we want. What we want, if men become Christians at all, is to keep them in the state of mind I call Christianity and, Christianity and social welfare, Christianity and the new psychology, Christianity and the new order, Christianity and faith healing, Christianity and psychical research, Christianity and vegetarianism, Christianity and spelling reform. If they must be Christians, let them at least be Christians with a difference. Substitute for the faith itself some fashionable idea that has a Christian coloring.
And how do I do that?
You must work on their horror of the same old thing.
The same old thing.
The horror of the same old thing is one of the most valuable passions we have produced in the human heart. An endless source of heresies in religion, folly in counsel, infidelity in marriage, and inconstancy in friendship.
I'm not following, sir. You'll have to explain.
The humans live in time and experience reality successively. To experience much of it, therefore, they must experience many different things. In other words, they must experience change. And since they need change, the enemy, being a hedonist at heart, has made change pleasurable to them just as he has made eating pleasurable. But since he does not wish them to make change an end in and of itself, he has balanced the love of change in them by a love of permanence.
Right, but isn't that contradictory?
Not at all. He has contrived to gratify both tastes together in the very world he has made by that union of change and permanence which we call rhythm. He gives them the seasons, each season different, yet every year the same, so that spring is always felt as a novelty, yet always as the recurrence of an immemorial theme. He gives them in his church a spiritual year. They change from a fast to a feast, but it is the same feast as before.
Oh, wow, that was a good one.
Pay attention, Wormwood.
Sorry.
Now, just as we pick out and exaggerate the pleasure of eating to produce gluttony, so we pick out this natural pleasantness of change and twist it into a demand for absolute novelty. This demand is entirely our workmanship. If we neglect our duty, men will be not only contented, but transported by the mixed novelty and familiarity of snowdrops this January, sunrise this morning, plum pudding this Christmas. Children, until we have taught them better, will be perfectly happy with a seasonal round of games in which football succeeds hopscotch as regularly as autumn follows summer. Only by our incessant efforts is the demand for infinite or unrhythmical change kept up.
And the value of all of this is what, sir?
It's valuable in various ways. It diminishes pleasure while increasing desire.
Desire for what?
Novelty! You see, the pleasure of novelty is, by its very nature, subject to the law of diminishing returns. It doesn't last. That's why we stoke the humans' desire for it. They work harder and harder for a novelty that yields little in return. And continued novelty costs money, so the desire for it spells avarice or unhappiness or both. And again, the more rapacious this desire, the sooner it must eat up all the innocent sources of genuine pleasure and lead on to those things the enemy forbids.
We do this by inflaming their fear of the same old thing?
Yes! For example, we have recently made the arts less dangerous to us than perhaps they have ever been. Lowbrow and highbrow artists alike are being regularly drawn into fresh excesses of lasciviousness, unreason, cruelty, and pride.
Yes, I like the theatre.
Finally, the desire for novelty is indispensable if we are to produce trends or vogues. The use of trends in thought is to distract the attention of men from their real dangers. We direct the trendy outcry of each generation against those vices of which it is least in danger, and fix its approval on the virtue nearest to that vice which we are trying to make endemic. The game is to have them all running about with fire extinguishers whenever there is a flood, and all crowding to that side of the boat which is already nearly submerged. Thus, we make it fashionable to expose the dangers of spiritual enthusiasm at the very moment when they are all really becoming worldly and lukewarm. A century later, when we are really making them all drunk with emotion, the trendy outcry is directed against the dangers of intellectualism. Cruel ages are put on guard against their sentimentality, feckless and idle ones against respectability, lecherous ones against puritanism. And whenever all men are really hastening to be slaves or tyrants, we make liberalism the prime worry. But the greatest triumph of all is to elevate this horror of the same old thing into a philosophy, so that nonsense in the intellect may reinforce corruption in the will.
How so?
The enemy loves platitudes. Of a proposed course of action, he wants men, so far as I can see, to ask very simple questions. Is it righteous? Is it prudent? Is it possible? Now, if we can keep men asking, is it in accordance with the general movement of our time? Is it progressive or reactionary? Is this the way that history is going? They will neglect the relevant questions. And the questions they do ask are, of course, unanswerable, for they do not know the future. And what the future will be depends very largely on just those choices which they now invoke in the name of the future. As a result, while their minds are buzzing in this vacuum, we have the better chance to slip in and bend them to the action we have decided on. And great work has already been done.
Their minds aren't the only ones buzzing.
Once upon a time, men knew that some changes were for the better, and others for the worse, and others again indifferent. We have largely removed this knowledge. For the descriptive adjective unchanged, we have substituted the emotional adjective stagnant. We have trained them to think of the future as a promised land which favored heroes attain, not as something which everyone reaches at the rate of 60 seconds per minute or 60 minutes an hour, whatever he does, whoever he is. Well, it looks like the Germans have cleared off for the night. I do hope that you won't continue to waste your time like this. You should be with your patient, exploiting his anxiety and fear during these air raids.
Oh, don't worry, Uncle. His mother's there to do that.
Oh, excellent.
What a glorious day.
They say it might rain this afternoon. I do hope so.
And spoil our time at the lake.
No, but if it rains this evening, it may put off the Germans from bombing us tonight.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. You're so clever.
Thank you, my dear. Shall we paddle round to the other side? There's a little shop that still serves fresh cream with their tea.
Yes, please.
Oh, it is a nauseating thing to witness.
Should I capsize the boat?
No.
Go ahead of them and curdle all the cream at that shop?
No. You must think in broader terms, Wormwood. Those moments may annoy, to be sure, but your patient may rise and demonstrate a patience or a courtesy which we don't want the woman to see. Worse, it may give them a humorous memory which will bond their affection more deeply. No. Courtship is the time for sowing those seeds which will grow up 10 years later into domestic hatred.
Must I endure this for that long to watch them in love?
Yes, but in the meantime, avail yourself of the ambiguity in the word love.
Right.
Let them think they have solved by love the problems which they have, in fact, only waived or postponed under the influence of this period of enchantment.
Enchantment?
The enchantment of unsatisfied desire. It produces results which the humans can be made to mistake for the results of charity. It's all in handling the matter of unselfishness. Do you see?
No, sir.
It has been the admirable work of our philological arm to substitute the enemy's positive word charity with the negative word unselfishness. Thanks to this, you can, from the very outset, teach a man to surrender his own wants. Not that others may be happy in having them, but that he may be unselfish in foregoing them. That is a great point gained.
Right.
Another great help, especially where the parties concerned are male and female, is the divergence of view about unselfishness which we have built up between the sexes. A woman means by unselfishness chiefly taking trouble for others. A man means not giving trouble to others. As a result, a woman who is quite far gone in the enemy's service will make a nuisance of herself on a larger scale than any man except those whom our father has dominated completely. And conversely, a man will live long in the enemy's camp before he undertakes as much spontaneous work to please others as a quite ordinary woman may do every day. Thus, while the woman thinks of doing good offices and the man of respecting other people's rights, each sex, without any obvious unreason, can and does regard the other as radically selfish.
How diabolical.
On top of these confusions, you can now introduce a few more. The erotic enchantment produces a mutual complacence in which each is really pleased to give in to the wishes of the other. They also know that the enemy demands of them a degree of charity in this matter, which, if attained, would result in similar actions. You must make them establish as a law for their whole married life that degree of mutual self-sacrifice which is at present sprouting naturally out of the enchantment, but which, when the enchantment dies away, they will not have charity enough to enable them to perform. They will not see the trap, since they are under the double blindness of mistaking sexual excitement for charity, and of thinking that the excitement will last. When once a sort of official, legal, or nominal unselfishness has been established as a rule for keeping of which their emotional resources have died away and their spiritual resources have not yet grown, the most delightful results follow.
Right. Can you explain that in simpler terms?
Well, for example, in discussing any joint action, it becomes obligatory that John should argue in favor of Dorothy's supposed wishes and against his own, while Dorothy does the opposite. It is then nearly impossible to find out either party's real wishes. With luck, they end by doing something that neither wants, while each feels a glow of self-righteousness and, at the same time, harbors a secret claim to preferential treatment for the unselfishness shown, while also holding a secret grudge against the other for the ease with which the sacrifice has been accepted.
It sounds wonderfully entangled.
Mind-numbingly so. Later on, you can venture on what may be called the generous conflict illusion. This game is best played with more than 2 players, in a family with grown-up children, for example. Something quite trivial like having tea in the garden is proposed. One member takes care to make it quite clear, though not in so many words, that he would rather not, but is of course prepared to do so out of unselfishness. The others instantly withdraw their proposal, ostensibly through their unselfishness, but really because they don't want to be used as a sort of lay figure on which the first speaker practices petty altruisms. But he is not going to be done out of his debauch of unselfishness either. He insists on doing what the others want. They insist on doing what he wants. Passions are roused. Soon, someone is saying, very well, then I won't have any tea at all. And a real quarrel ensues with bitter resentment on both sides. You see how it's done? If each side had been frankly contending for its own real wish, they would have all kept within the bounds of reason and courtesy. But just because the contention is reversed and each side is fighting the other side's battle, all the bitterness which really flows from thwarted self-righteousness and obstinacy and accumulated grudges of the last 10 years is concealed from them by the nominal or official unselfishness of what they are doing, or at least they expect to be excused by it. Each side is indeed quite alive to the cheap quality of the adversary's unselfishness and of the false position into which he is trying to force them, but each manages to feel blameless and ill-used itself with no more dishonesty than comes natural to a human.
Delightful.
And all this can be begun even in the period of courtship. A little real selfishness on your patient's part is often less value in the long run for securing his soul than the first beginnings of that elaborate and self-conscious unselfishness which may one day blossom into the sort of thing I have described. Some degree of mutual falseness, some surprise that the girl does not always notice just how unselfish she is being, can be smuggled in already. Oh, cherish these things, and above all, don't let the young fools notice them. If they notice them, they will be on the road to discovering that love is not enough, that true charity is needed and not yet achieved, and that no external law can supply its place. Meanwhile, I wish Slum Trimpet could do something about undermining that young woman's sense of the ridiculous. It does get in the way of our efforts. Have a word with her, will you?
Yes, sir.
My dear Wormwood, you seem to be doing very little good at the present. The use of your patient's love to distract his mind from the enemy is, of course, obvious, but you reveal what poor use you are making of it when you say that the whole question of distraction and his wandering mind has become one of the chief subjects of his prayers. That means you have largely failed. When this or any other distraction crosses his mind, you ought to encourage him to thrust it away by sheer willpower and to try to continue the normal prayer as if nothing had happened. Once he accepts the distraction as his present problem and lays that before the enemy and goes so far as to make it the main theme of his prayers and his endeavors, then, so far from doing good, you have done harm. Anything, even a sin which has the total effect of moving him close up to the enemy, works against us in the long run. A promising line is the following. Now that he is in love, a new idea of earthly happiness has arisen in his mind, and hence a new urgency in his purely petitionary prayers about this war and other such matters. Now is the time for raising intellectual difficulties about petitionary prayers of that sort. False spirituality is always to be encouraged. Allow him to believe that only the spiritually immature need to petition the enemy for their needs, while the spiritually mature are satisfied to pray for the essentials like daily bread or whatnot. Never let him realize that even a prayer for daily bread is as petitionary as any other. As for answered prayer, don't forget to use the heads I win, tails you lose argument. If the thing he prays for doesn't happen, then that is one more proof that petitionary prayers don't work. If it does happen, he will of course be able to see some of the physical causes which led up to it and dismiss it with the idea that it would have happened anyway. Thus, a granted prayer becomes just as good a proof as a denied one that prayers are ineffective. You, being a spirit, will find it difficult to understand how he gets into this confusion. But you must remember that he takes time for an ultimate reality. He supposes that the enemy, like himself, sees some things as present, remembers other things as past, and anticipates others as future. Or even if he believes the enemy does not see things that way, in his heart of hearts he doesn't really believe that the enemy sees things as they really are. If you try to explain to him that men's prayers today are one of the innumerable coordinates with which the enemy harmonizes the events of tomorrow, he would complain that the enemy always knew men were going to make those prayers, and if so, they did not pray freely but were predestined to do so. What he ought to say, of course, is obvious to us. That the problem of coordinating particular events to the particular prayers is only a problem for creatures trapped in time, and who must experience that time as a series of successive events. The enemy is unfettered by that constraint and sees his creation operate at every point of space and time. Why he leaves room for their free will in his creation is the problem of problems, the secret behind the enemy's nonsense about love. How it does so is no problem at all, for the enemy does not foresee the humans making their free contributions in a future, but sees them doing so in his unbounded now. And obviously, to watch a man doing something is not to make him do it. Some meddlesome human writers in ancient times have attempted to let this secret out, but we have neutralized them in this modern age by inculcating the historical point of view. The historical point of view, you should know, means that when a modern man is presented with any statement by an ancient author, he now asks who influenced the ancient writer, and how far the statement is consistent with what he said in other books, and what phase in the writer's development or in the general history of thought it illustrates, and how it affects later writers, and how often it has been misunderstood, and what the general course of criticism on it has been for the last 10 years. The one question we've persuaded him not to ask is whether what the ancient writers have written is true. Imagine that. To regard the ancient writer as a possible source of knowledge. To believe that what he said could possibly improve your thoughts or your behavior. This would be rejected as unutterably simple-minded. Thanks be to our Father and the historical historical point of view. Great scholars are now as little nourished by the past as the most ignorant school students who believe that history is bunk. Your affectionate uncle, Screwtape.
Wormwood is here to see you, sir, as you requested.
Send him in.
Uncle.
Wormwood, what am I to do with you?
What have I done now?
When I told you not to fill your letters with rubbish about the war, I meant, of course, that I did not want to hear your rather infantile rhapsodies about the death of men and the destruction of cities.
Oh.
However, I want full reports about the manner in which the war concerns the spiritual state of your patient. Why are you so singularly obtuse on this issue?
Obtuse?
This latest report, for example, you tell me with glee that there is reason to expect heavy air raids on the town where the creature lives.
Yes.
I have complained to you about this already. Your readiness to forget the main point in your enjoyment of human suffering. Do you not know that bombs kill men?
Well, yes, I got that.
Then do you not realize that the patient's death at this moment is precisely what we want to avoid?
Do we?
Yes. Look at your situation. He has escaped the worldly friends with whom you tried to entangle him, am I right?
Yes.
He has fallen in love with a very Christian woman and is temporarily immune from your attacks on his chastity, correct?
Yes.
And am I wrong to conclude that your various methods of corrupting his spiritual life have thus far been unsuccessful?
Yes. I mean, no, you're not wrong.
And though he has not been called to military service, he is now volunteering as the local air raid warden, serving his neighbors more charitably than ever before, and garnering the girl's respect all the more for it.
Right.
And to his utter surprise, he is enjoying his efforts more than he ever suspected and daily increasing his conscious dependency on the enemy.
Well, yes.
So, at the present moment, as the full impact of the war draws nearer and his worldly hopes take a proportionately lower place in his mind, he will almost certainly be lost to us if he is killed tonight.
Oh.
I sometimes wonder if you young fiends are not kept out on temptation duty too long at a time. The humans, of course, are meant to regard death as the prime evil and survival as the greatest good, but that is because we have taught them to do so. Do not let us be infected by our own propaganda. Your chief aim, as strange as it may seem, is the very same thing for which the patient's lover and his mother are praying, namely, his bodily safety. You should be guarding him like the apple of your eye. If he dies now, you lose him. If he survives the war, there is always hope. The enemy has guarded him from you through the very first wave of temptations, but if he can be kept alive, you have time itself as your ally. Think it through, Wormwood. The long, dull, monotonous years of middle-aged prosperity or middle-aged adversity are excellent campaigning weather.
Monotonous, yes.
You see? It is so hard for these creatures to persevere. The routine of adversity, the gradual decay of youthful loves and youthful hopes, the quiet despair, hardly felt as pain, of ever overcoming the chronic temptations with which we have again and again defeated them, the drabness which we create in their lives, and the inarticulate resentment with which we teach them to respond to it. All this provides admirable opportunities of wearing out a soul by attrition.
Of course, attrition.
And if, on the other hand, the middle years prove prosperous, our position is even stronger. Prosperity knits a man to the world. He feels that he is finding his place in it, while really it is finding its place in him. His increasing reputation, his widening circle of acquaintances, his sense of importance, the growing pressure of absorbing and agreeable work build up in him a sense of being really at home in Earth, which is just what we want.
Is that why the young are generally less unwilling to die than the middle-aged and the old?
Yes. The truth is that the enemy, having oddly destined these mere animals to life in his own eternal world, has guarded them pretty effectively from the danger of feeling at home anywhere else. That is why we must often wish long life to our patients. 80 years is not a day too much for the difficult task of unraveling their souls from heaven and building up a firm attachment to Earth. While they are young, we find them always shooting off at a tangent, even if we contrive to keep them ignorant of explicit religion, the incalculable winds of fantasy and music and beauty, the mere face of a girl or the song of a bird or the sight of a horizon are always blowing our whole structure away. So inveterate is their appetite for heaven that our best method of attaching them to Earth at this stage is to make them believe that Earth can be turned into heaven at some future date by politics or science or psychology or whatnot. Real worldliness is a work of time, assisted, of course, by pride, for we teach them to describe the creeping death as good sense, or maturity, or experience.
Right. Well, thank you, Uncle.
Experience, in the peculiar sense we teach them to give it, is, by the by, a most useful word. A great human philosopher nearly let our secret out when he said that, where virtue is concerned, experience is the mother of illusion. But thanks to a change in thinking, and also, of course, due to the historical point of view, we have largely rendered his words innocuous.
I've got it, Uncle. Experience, death, time. All very important.
You may gauge the value of time by the fact that the enemy allows us so little of it. What are we given to do our work? A paltry 60 or 70 human years? Well, there is our opportunity. The smaller the amount of time, the better we must use it.
Right, sir. Right.
Hear me well, Wormwood.
Yes.
Whatever you do, keep your patient as safe as you possibly can.
Oh, I will, sir. I will. You can count on me.
Wormwood.
Uncle.
This had better be important. You summoned me from the meeting of the Under-Secretaries Guild. What is it?
I've just received word from Lichtspleen that the German humans will bombard my patient's town.
Yes?
And my patient's duties as an air raid warden will keep him in the thick of the danger.
Ah, I see. So we must consider our policy.
Well, that's right. Should we aim at cowardice, or at courage with its consequent pride, or at a hatred of the Germans themselves?
Well, I'm afraid it is no good trying to make him brave. Our research department has not yet discovered how to produce any real virtue.
Oh.
This is a serious handicap, I know. To be greatly and effectively wicked, a man needs some virtue. What would Attila the Hun have been without his courage? But as we cannot supply these qualities ourselves, we can only use them as supplied by the enemy, and this means leaving him a kind of foothold in those men whom otherwise we have made most securely our own. A very unsatisfactory arrangement, but I trust we shall one day learn to do better.
Hatred, then?
Ah, that we can manage. The tension of human nerves during noise, danger, and fatigue makes them prone to any violent emotion, and it is only a question of guiding this susceptibility into the right channels. If conscience resists, Muddle him. Let him say that he feels hatred, not on his own behalf, but on that of the women and the children. Let him think that a Christian is told to forgive his own, not other people's enemies. In other words, let him consider himself sufficiently identified with the women and children to feel hatred on their behalf, but not sufficiently identified to regard their enemies as his own and therefore proper objects of forgiveness.
All right, hatred it is.
But hatred is best combined with fear. Cowardice alone of all the vices is purely painful, horrible to anticipate, horrible to feel, horrible to remember. Hatred, on the other hand, has its pleasures, and it is therefore often the compensation by which a frightened man reimburses himself for the miseries of fear. The more he fears, the more he will hate. And hatred is also a great anodyne for shame. To make a deep wound in his charity, you should therefore first defeat his courage.
Yes, sir. Then I will induce him to cowardice.
Hang on. This is a ticklish business, Wormwood. We have made men proud of most vices, but not of cowardice. Whenever we have almost succeeded in doing so, the enemy permits a war, or an earthquake, or some other calamity, and at once courage becomes so obviously lovely and important, even in human eyes, that all our work is undone. And this is still at least one vice of which they feel genuine shame. The danger of inducing cowardice in our patients, therefore, is that we may produce real self-knowledge and self-loathing, with consequent repentance and humility. And in fact, in the last war, thousands of humans, by discovering their own cowardice, discovered a whole moral world for the first time. In peace, we can make many of them ignore good and evil entirely. In danger, the issue is forced upon them in a guise to which even we cannot blind them.
Well, then it's a dilemma.
A cruel one, to be sure. If we promoted justice and charity among men, we should be playing directly into the enemy's hands. But if we guide them to the opposite behavior, this sooner or later produces a war or a revolution. And the undisguisable issue of cowardice or courage awakes thousands of men from moral stupor. This, indeed, is probably one of the enemy's motives for creating a dangerous world. A world in which moral issues really come to the point. He sees, as well as you do, that courage is not simply one of the virtues, but the form of every virtue at the testing point, which means at the point of highest reality. A chastity or honesty or mercy which yields to danger will be chaste or honest or merciful only on conditions. Remember, Pilate was merciful till it became risky. It is therefore possible to lose as much as we gain by making your man a coward. He may learn too much about himself.
What if...
What if what? Speak up if you're actually thinking for once.
There is a chance that if we don't get rid of the shame, perhaps we could aggravate it and produce something else instead. Despair.
Yes. That's a good thought, Wormwood. This would be a great triumph, and it would show that he had believed in and accepted the enemy's forgiveness of his other sins only because he himself did not fully feel their sinfulness. But I fear you have already let him get too far in the enemy's school, and he knows that despair is a greater sin than any of the sins which provoke it.
What then would be the best technique to tempt him towards cowardice?
Get his mind into a series of imaginary scenarios.
Right.
If A happened, though I very much hope it won't, I could do B. And if the worst came to the worst, I could always do C.
C.
Superstitions, if not recognized as such, can be awakened. so that what was intended to be a total commitment to duty becomes honeycombed all through with little unconscious reservations, by building up a series of imaginary expedients to prevent the worst coming to the worst. You may produce at that level of his will which he is not aware of a determination that the worst shall not come to the worst. Then, at the moment of real terror, rush it out into his nerves and muscles, and you may get the fatal act done before he knows what you're about. For remember, the act of cowardice is all that matters. The emotion of fear is in itself no sin, and though we enjoy it, it does us no good.
Here come the bombers.
Good. I'll return to my banquet if it's all the same to you.
Thank you, Uncle.
And don't become drunk on the death and destruction. You need to keep your wits about you.
Yes, sir.
Double 239.
Hello, John?
Dorothy, good morning.
Oh, you're all right. Are you all right?
Yes.
I'm so relieved to hear your voice after the bombs last night.
Were there bombs last night? I hadn't noticed.
Don't tease me. I've been worried sick about you. Was it awful?
Mostly awful, with occasional reprieves when it was purely terrifying.
Do be serious. Did you get to a shelter?
We were far too busy for that. A bomb crashed through the roof of Mr. Bannon's house, number 14, and blew him and his sofa through the front window and onto the street.
No!
Apart from a few scratches, he was right as rain. Which is more than I can say for Mrs. Postlethwaite, number 22. She was... well, it was... Didn't think the bombs would stop falling. They kept coming and coming. The gas mains were hit and a fire started in the old warehouse. And while the brigade tried to get that under control, more bombs fell on the trucks, and then...
Oh, darling. You're so brave.
Brave? Only if bravery involves shaking knees, sweaty palms, dry mouth, and a comical, wild-eyed expression.
I do love you, you know.
Do you?
You know I do.
Shall we meet at the lake tomorrow? I'm on duty again tonight, but by midday...
Yes, of course. Tomorrow.
Well?
I don't know what to say.
I sometimes wonder whether you think you've been sent into the world for your own amusement.
No, sir. Actually,
Your patient's behavior during the air raid was the worst possible.
Yes, well...
He has been very frightened, and he thinks himself a great coward, and therefore feels no pride. But he has done everything his duty demanded, and perhaps a bit more. And you, Wormwood, against all this disaster, all you can produce on the credit side is a burst of ill temper with a dog that tripped him up, some excessive cigarette smoking, and the forgetting of a bra!
You weren't there. You couldn't understand what I was up against.
Don't whine to me about your difficulties. If you are proceeding on the enemy's idea of justice, then I am not sure that a charge of heresy does not lie against you. At any rate, you will soon find that the justice of hell is purely realistic and concerned only with results. Bring us back food, or be food yourself!
Yes, Uncle. But I still expect good results from his fatigue. You heard how tired he was.
That is well enough. But it won't fall into your hands. Fatigue can produce extreme gentleness and quiet of mind, and even something like vision. If you have often seen men led by it into anger, malice, and impatience, that is because those men have had efficient tempters.
Oh, right.
The paradoxical thing is that moderate fatigue is better soil for irritability than absolute exhaustion. This depends partly on physical causes, but partly on something else. It is not fatigue simply as such that produces the anger, but unexpected demands on a man already tired. Whatever men expect, they soon come to think that they have a right to it. The sense of disappointment can, with very little skill on our part, be turned into a sense of injury. It is after men have given in to the irremediable, after they have despaired of relief and ceased to think even half an hour ahead, that the dangers of humbled and gentle weariness begin. To produce the best results from the patient's fatigue, therefore, you must feed him with false hopes. Put into his mind plausible reasons for believing that the air raid will not be repeated. Keep him comforting himself with the thought of how much he will enjoy his bed next night. Exaggerate the weariness by making him think it will soon be over. For men usually feel that a strain could have been endured no longer at the very moment when it is ending, or when they think it is ending. In this, as in the problem of cowardice, the thing to avoid is the total commitment.
Total commitment?
Whatever he says, let his inner resolution be not to bear whatever actually comes to him, but to bear it for a reasonable period. And let the reasonable period be shorter than the trial is likely to last. It need not be much shorter, though. In attacks on patience, chastity, and fortitude, the fun is to make the man yield just when, had he but known it, relief was almost in sight.
As you heard, he is planning to meet the girl. When he does, I could make full use of the fact that fatigue makes women talk more and men talk less. I could see to it that she really annoys him.
Yes, well, yeah, that is something. Work it out with Slum Trimpet.
And I could use his experiences during the bombing for an intellectual attack on his faith.
I'm afraid your previous failures have put that out of your power.
Oh, right.
But there is a sort of attack on the emotions, which can still be tried.
Yes?
You must help him to feel, when first he sees human remains plastered on a wall, that this is what the world is really like, and that all his religion has been a fantasy. You will notice that we've got them completely fogged about the meaning of the word real. Of some great spiritual experience, they tell each other, all that really happened was that you heard some music in a lighted building. Here, real means the bare physical facts, separated from other elements in the experience they actually had. On the other hand, they will also say, it's all very well discussing that high dive as you sit here in an armchair, but wait till you get up there and see what it's really like. Here, real is being used in the opposite sense, to mean not the physical facts, which they know already while discussing the matter in armchairs, but the emotional effect those facts will have on a human consciousness. Either application of the word could be defended, but our business is to keep the two going at once, so that the emotional value of the word real can be placed now on one side of the account, now on the other, as it happens to suit us.
You mean, for example, how in birth the blood and pain are real, but the rejoicing is a mere subjective point of view, or in death, the terror and ugliness reveal what death really means.
That's right. Wars and poverty are really horrible. Peace and plenty are mere physical facts about which men happen to have certain sentiments. The creatures are always accusing one another of wanting to eat the cake and have it, but thanks to our labors, they are more often in the predicament of paying for the cake and not eating it. Your patient, properly handled, will have no difficulty in regarding his emotion at the sight of human entrails as a revelation of reality, and his emotion at the sight of happy children or fair weather as mere sentiment.
Yes, perfect.
I hope you understand the distinction, Wormwood. You had better. This is your last chance, and I do mean the last. If you fail, our next meeting will not be so pleasant. Well, not for you.
Yes, Uncle.
Wormwood. Wormwood. My dear. My very dear Wormwood. I know you're in here somewhere. Come out, my puppet, my pig's knee. Wormwood! Do not be afraid, nephew. Am I not your uncle? Kith and kin? Do you believe all my terms of affection have meant nothing? Far from it. Rest assured, my love for you and your love for me are like as two peas in a pod. I have always desired you, as you, pitiful fool, desired me. Do I love you? Why, yes. As dainty a morsel as ever I grew fat on. Come out. Come out, Wormwood. I think they will give you to me now. Or at least a bit of you. You have let a soul slip through your fingers, Wormwood. Yes, have no doubt we know all about it. The howl of sharpened famine for that loss re-echoes at this moment through all the levels of the kingdom of noise, down to the very throne itself. Makes me mad to think of it. How well I know what happened at the instant when they snatched him from you. Did you see it for yourself? Oh, of course you did. There was a sudden clearing of his eyes, and he saw you for the first time and recognized the part you had had in him and knew that you had it no longer. Just think and let it be the beginning of your agony. What he felt at that moment. As if a scab had fallen from an old sore, as if he were emerging from a hideous shell-like skin disease of pustular patches, as if he shuffled off for good and all a defiled, wet, clinging garment. By hell, it is misery enough to see them in their mortal days, taking off dirtied and uncomfortable clothes and splashing in hot water and giving little grunts of pleasure, stretching their eased limbs. What then of this final stripping, this complete cleansing? The more one thinks about it, the worse it becomes. And I do want you to think about it, Wormwood! Do you hear me? He got through so easily. No gradual misgivings, no doctor's sentence, no nursing home, no operating theater, no false hopes of life. It was sheer, instantaneous liberation. One moment it seemed to be all our world. The scream of bombs, the fall of houses, the stink and taste of
High explosive on the lips and in the lungs, the feet burning with weariness, the heart cold with horrors, the brain reeling, the legs aching, and then, the next moment, all this was gone. Gone. Like a bad dream, never again to be of any account. Did you mark how naturally, as if he'd been born for it, the little vermin entered the new life? How all his doubts became in the twinkling of an eye ridiculous. Oh, I know what the creature was saying to itself. Yes, of course, it was always like this. All horrors have followed the same course, getting worse and worse and forcing you into a kind of bottleneck till, at the very moment when you thought you must be crushed, behold, you were out of the narrows and all was suddenly well. The extraction hurt more and more, and then the tooth was out. The dream became a nightmare, and then you woke. You die, and then you are beyond death. How could I ever have doubted it? This is what he was saying to himself, you defeated, outmaneuvered fool. As he saw you, he also saw them. I know how it was. You reeled back, dizzy and blinded, more hurt by them than he had ever been by bombs. Oh, the degradation of it. That this thing of earth and slime could stand upright and converse with spirits before whom you, a spirit, could only cower. Perhaps you had hoped that the awe and strangeness of it would dash his joy, but that's the cursed thing. The gods are strange to mortal eyes, and yet they are not strange. He had no faintest conception till that very hour of how they would look, and even doubted their existence. But when he saw them, he knew that he had always known them and realized what part each one of them had played at many hour in his life when he had supposed himself alone. So that now he could say to them one by one, not, "Who are you?" but, "So it was you all the time." All that they and said at this meeting woke memories. The dim consciousness of friends about him which had haunted his solitudes from infancy was now at last explained. That central music in every pure experience which had always just evaded his memory was now at last recovered. Recognition made him free of their company almost before the limbs of his corpse became quiet. Only you were left outside. He saw not only them, he saw him. This animal, this thing begotten in a bed, could look on him. What is blinding, suffocating fire to you is now cool light to him, is clarity itself, and wears the form of a man. I am sure you would like, if you could, to interpret the patient's prostration in the presence, his self-abhorrence and utter knowledge of his sins. Yes, Wormwood, a clearer knowledge even than yours, on the analogy of your own choking and paralyzing sensations when you encounter the deadly air that breathes from the heart of heaven. But it's all nonsense. Pains he may still have to encounter, but they embrace those pains. They would not barter them for any earthly pleasure. All the delights of sense or heart or intellect with which you could have once tempted him, even the delights of virtue itself, now seem to him in comparison but as the half-nauseous attractions of a raddled harlot would seem to a man who hears that his true beloved, whom he has loved all his life and whom he has believed to be dead, is alive and even now at his door. Is caught up into that world where pain and pleasure take on transfinite values, and all our efforts are dismayed. Once more, the inexplicable meets us. If only we could find out what he is really up to. Sometimes I am almost in despair. All that sustains me is the conviction that our realism, our rejection of all the enemy's silly nonsense and claptrap, must win in the end. Meanwhile, I have you to settle with. Come to me, Wormwood. Come and embrace your increasingly and ravenously affectionate uncle.
Astute fans of C.S. Lewis's The Screwtape Letters are aware of the particular literary approach C.S. Lewis used in this work, employing a technique that he called teaching in reverse. In other words, he would use a negative point of view to demonstrate a positive one. But for Jack Lewis, the power wasn't simply in teaching. In 1947, a scholar asked Jack for permission to create a detailed index for the Screwtape Letters. Jack politely refused. He explained in a letter that part of the success of that book depends on luring the ordinary reader into a serious self-knowledge under pretense of being a kind of joke. A subject index at once gives the bluff away and stamps it as deadly serious. Of course, this would not deter readers like you, but it is the worldly reader I specially want to catch. Suffice it to say that both worldly and unworldly readers have been caught by this remarkable work again and again for the past 70 years. Focus on the Family Radio Theatre is a production of Focus on the Family. C.S. Lewis's The Screwtape Letters was dramatized and directed by Paul McCusker. Sound design was by Nate Jones. Music by John Campbell and Steve Gilmore. And our producer was Dave Arnold. Of the characters down below, Screwtape was played by Andy Serkis. Bertie Carvel played Wormwood, Roger Hammond was Toadpipe, Janet Henfrey was Glubose, and Christina Gretrix played Slum Trumpet. Of the characters up above, Geoffrey Palmer portrayed C.S. Lewis, Philip Bird was John Hamilton, and Laura Michelle Kelly played Dorothy. John's mother was played by Eileen Page, Viv Brett by Susie Brown, and Noel Brett by Robert Benfield. Kit Hesketh Harvey played Humphrey, Brian Sibley was Richards, and Dominic Hecht was Norman. Robin Meredith was the patient in the British Museum, and other roles were played by Fred Pohl and Philip Sherlock. I'm Doug Gresham. Thank you for being with us.